And welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I men's team event. Alex Gruskin here, joined by the professor, the lean, mean vegan machine, the man 0-1 on the day in pickleball. It's my dear friend Chris Halioris joining me as we resume play of our first two men's quarterfinals of the weekend. Of course, if you joined us last night, the biggest storyline outside of Texas, Kentucky, each taking the doubles point, was the tsunami of rain we dealt with throughout the course of the night. I've been talking to people around the grounds here at the USTA National Campus in Orlando. Word on the street, Chris Halioris, is that we had record amounts of rain here in Orlando. You know what they say, when Crack Rackets comes, we bring the rain. Now, we didn't mean it in the literal sense, but apparently they did here today. That said, of course, we are thrilled to have the resumption of play for all of you out there today. And with that in mind, Chris Halioris, before play actually begins, let's do a quick recap of where things stand. Right now, Texas takes the doubles point, clinched 7-5 at the top spot by Spazzieri and Cleve Harper. Here's what the scoreboards look like. 5-4 Texas on 1, 4-all on 2, 5-4, 3 set points, 4 set points, for Micah Braswell here on 3, 5-4 Texas on serve at 4, 5-2 Texas at 5, 4-all at 6. Let's start with that matchup. Top seeds Longhorns, again, 1-0 over South Carolina. How are you feeling going into the second day of this match?
I mean, if you're Texas, you're feeling pretty good. You got doubles. You don't trail in anything. It's a long uphill climb for South Carolina. Not that it can't be done. A lot of these courts on serve, but with Braswell with 4 set points, Cleve Harper up 5-2, and a little scoreboard pressure for Spazzieri and Waldy both up 5-4. It's just a lot of pressure all the way around on South Carolina. So it's going to be a very, very critical first 15 minutes for South Carolina here to try to weather this storm. They have to salvage some first sets. Yes, they dropped 5 first sets to Tennessee. Do not expect to be able to do the same here, especially without the doubles point.
Absolutely. And Westa, put it on our screen. Set points here for Braswell. Put the first single set on the board. It's a double fault, sure, to get our day going. Meanwhile, you see top left of your screen, we got the action unfolding on the Kentucky-Virginia side of things. We're going to get to that match in a moment, folks. But again, Braswell points to kick off our day. Wouldn't have it any other way. Couple of errors to get things started. I will say, I talked to head coach Josh Goffey before the match. His message to the guys was very simple. We played scared yesterday. We played like we were playing the #1 overall seed, and he thought his guys respected that fact too much. So it will be fascinating. These first 10 minutes, 4-all almost everywhere. How do these #9 Gamecocks come out of the gates here? But it's a 6-4 first set for Braswell. So now let's go back to the split screen, make it a little bit easier for all of you to tune into the action. Again, I will be monitoring the scoreboards here. Texas, South Carolina. That way we have the opportunity to make sure we don't miss any first sets. Meanwhile, we go back to the split screen here. This is the perfect time as we'll go to court number 5, please, where it's a 5-2 lead for Cleve Harper, Texas, South Carolina. Meanwhile, you see right side of your screen, it was a dramatic doubles point. Virginia had about 6 match points to take a 1-0 lead at the #1 spot in doubles, and yet it was Alafiani Tahabadi who clinched with that 7-6 win on 1. As such, defending national champions Virginia going to need 4 singles victories today to knock off Kentucky. The Wildcats, of course, your SEC tournament champions, going to need only 3. And right now, here's where the scoreboards stand, folks. Chris Rodesh up a break 3-2 on 1 for Virginia, 2-1 on serve on 2, 3-love break lead for Kentucky at 3, 2-all on 4. You see the lopsided 4-love lead for junior Alex Kiefer of Virginia here at 5, on serve 2-all at 6. Chris, very early in the singles. It really does feel like a fresh restart in that second match on the right side. That said, it's a restart with Kentucky just happening to be spotted, a 1-love lead. Thoughts on that match, where we're headed today?
Yeah, too early, honestly, to tell in most of these matches. I think the critical part for me, there's a couple matches that got off to a lopsided start. One of them being Josh Lapadat, 3-love over Jeffrey von der Schulenberg. Look, von der Schulenberg's been there before. He will be fine. I think the one to watch out for here is the match we have on, and that is the Alex Kiefer-Jaden Weeks match. Weeks got off to a rough love 4 double break hole. And I think if the break helped anyone, it's going to be him. He will have had time to go back and think about, wow, whatever it was, whether he was tight, whether he was nervous.
And we'll go to court 1, by the way.
He can get all of that out now, and it'll be a critical start for him because that's the match. The first set could be over quick. Everything else is too early.
Yeah, very well said indeed. And again, these two teams, Virginia, Kentucky, not only faced off against one another in the NCAA championship last season. I win, of course, for the Hoos, their 5th national championship in program history, but more pressingly, these two teams played in Charlottesville earlier this season. Kentucky going to the Boar's Head Sports Club, knocking off the Hoos 4-3. You have rematches on courts 2, 3, and 4. The other matches are new. And so again, you see right side of your screen, it's the All-American junior Chris Rodesh, taking on the former #1 player in the country and fellow All-American in 4th year Liam Draxel. See Casey Poole gain point chances here. Honest to God, I thought sleeveless, it had to be Cleve Harper. But it's not. It's a Poole hold 4-3-5. That said, we are going to keep you on court 5 as Cleve Harper will serve for the match. Meanwhile, I see we got the question quickly. Division III women's singles individual action underway. Those matches all available on the USTA website. You can find individual links for them on PlaySite. Our super producer Daniel Westoff will be sure to post links to those courts in the chat here for all of you momentarily. But again, with the changing of the schedule, the downpour of rain we saw yesterday, our focus, of course, going to be these Division I men's quarterfinals here this morning.
You mentioned the downpour. Definitely not the norm here. Usually, it always rains, but it rains for 15 minutes and quits, and then we dry up and get going again. That just was not the case last night.
Not to evoke the Black Eyed Peas, but they have a song, You Can Go Hard or You Can Go Home. The rain was like, okay, we'll go hard, and we'll send all of you home. Yeah. It's a gorgeous forehand from Cleve Harper. Puts him 2 points away from the first set. For what it's worth, I didn't just talk to Coach Goffey. I talked to Coach Burke, and his team was very clear. You treat it like it's love. You treat every court like it's a fresh restart. Ignore those scoreboards because they don't mean much. Perhaps this scoreboard does mean something here. Harper 2 points away from the set.
These were the two matches that obviously Texas was very close to before the play was suspended last night. Would feel great for them to just go ahead and knock them out, get them off sets on the books, and then focus the remaining 4 first sets here.
Again, Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. Doubles points to Texas, Kentucky, respectively. They were extraordinarily competitive. Also worth pointing out, 10:09 a.m. here in Orlando, Lake Nona to be specific, 81 degrees. Feels like it's 86. I can confirm I am already sweating as well.
I'm still sweating.
Yeah. It's hot. Real hot. That's why you just wonder, taking those first set leads, are you going to have the stamina to pull off the comeback? Set points coming up on 5 as we take it to court 2 at Virginia. It's 2 for the Longhorns. Cleve Harper, Micah Braswell. You know what they say, never doubt the Gingers, Chris. They both come out, they race to first sets. So
I don't even think they say that in Texas.
Yeah. And so it is a couple of sets, 6-3, 6-4 at 3 and 4. By the way, we missed it. See him wall deep, 6-4 on court number 4. So Texas takes 3 first sets, in which case, take me to court number 1, please. 6-5, Elliot Spizzirri. And then we got, obviously, people wanting to watch that battle between 2 of the 10 best players in the country by ranking. Meanwhile, you see, how about this? Junior Alex Kiefer. Ooh, we caught a changeover. Take me to 2 then instead, please. Oh, nope, they're out of the chair. They're out of the chair. We can say, no, we can do whatever. We got a lot of courts to show you, folks. It's crunch time in all those first sets. We will stay on 1. Again, meanwhile, right side of your screen, Junior Alex Kiefer. This would be some sort of message. 6-1 first set. Put a quick set on the board for the Who's. Kiefer, much more of the defensive mindset, the grinder in this battle. The lefty freshman Weeks going to be looking to hit that big forehand to move forward. Forehand sails long off of Kiefer's racket. Still, we didn't get the chance to show you that set point graphic. Now we have the opportunity to do so. We'll throw it on your screen. All right, I apologize. I didn't see it. Was distracted. Meanwhile, is that Spizzirri serving for the set? We've had some issues with service markers all week long. It is a first set for Kiefer. So the Who's strike first. And you know what they say, Chris. There's some Who's in the house. Who? It's Alex Kiefer first. 6-1 set on court number 5. Let's go back to 1. That 4-3 lead for Rodesh is intriguing, is it not, Chris Halioris? Yeah. And by the way, serving marker is wrong. That's Toby Samuels serving at 5-6 on 1. So that is not Spizzirri serving for the set.
We're finally managing to get ourselves about midway through these first sets. It was a quick first set for Kiefer and Weeks with the lopsided 6-1 score, but the rest of them just getting about midway through, and we're finding out who's, lap it out up a break. Rodesh here. This is a big one for Virginia. Rodesh up the break if he can hold on to that break. Put a second first set on the board. Virginia desperately needs that. They would love to get at least 4 after dropping dubs. 4 first sets would be a very nice bonus for them. Lapidot making one of them look tough right now, but everything else, Virginia actually up breaks on 1, 2, and 4. So that, along with the Kiefer set in the books, looks good for an early first set push from Virginia if they can follow through.
Absolutely. As you see, Draxel trying to get his energy going. That was the big thing, talking to Kentucky head coach Cedric Kaufman. He said that's the key for his guys. He said, let's just get him to the final 30 minutes. He says when it's the final 30 minutes of the match, he feels better about the fitness of his team, the intensity of his team, than at any other moment. Now, look, you can get to those last 30 minutes. If you're down 4 first sets, it don't mean much, Chris. Absolutely, as you see, big 30-all spot on each of our top courts. That's a great volley from Rodesh, and that's probably the next piece. set, point on 1 for Spazzeri. Oh, I think it's 5-2 on 5. I think they some scoreboard issues here early. Everyone's waking up, folks. The rain, the scoreboards, the players. Give it a second, we'll be on top of things. Rodesh hold 4-5-3, so he keeps his single break lead at the top spot. Meanwhile, we're headed to a breaker on court number 1 again to reset. Right now, Texas first sets on courts 3, 4, and 5, and junior Micah Braswell setting a break lead on South Carolina's James Story. Quick start for the Longhorns. 5-all on court 2, on serve 6-5 on 6. You're South Carolina, at least 2 of these final 3 first sets. You feel like at least one of those matches, 3-4-5, is going 3. Yeah, can't drop doubles in 5 first sets.
No, that's not a recipe for a win. That's for sure.
That's why we call you the professor.
Yeah, pretty easy math there. This is a big. We talked about how the first 20 minutes were going to be big. These next 5 to 10 right now are huge for South Carolina. They've already dropped 3 first sets. They're now down 5-6, left 30 on a court. They're at about to be down 5-6 on 2, and they're in a breaker on 1. If Texas gets their way in the next 5 to 10 minutes, they're up 6 first sets.
Well said. Fault from Draxel. Rodesh 2 points away for putting a first set on the board for the Hoos. And again, it is a 6-1 lead for Kiefer on 5. Yeah, someone said it was 5-2. I just think the scoreboard's a little funky here early. Ooh. Can we get to court number 6 at Texas? Nevin Aramili has set points. And that would be a 4th first set. Obviously, you see the mini break to Toby Samuel on 1. Scoreboard is wrong. Thank you. 7-5 first set for Lucas da Silva. Are you sure, Westhoff? Can you take me to 6 anyways, just to make sure? Again, court number 6, please. That on your screen. Rodesh goes wide. Yes, here we go. And unfortunately, we just missed it. But Nevin Aramili makes it 4 first sets. And we have said all season long, for South Carolina, their recipe has been doubles, 1, 2, find 1 more. Here's the problem. If your answer against Texas is find 1 more, bottom of the lineup's a really difficult place to do so. We'll go back to the split screen now.
In addition to the fact that you didn't get doubles, so it's find 2 more.
Yeah, it's very true.
And you still have to beat Spazzeri and PY.
Elliot Spazzeri on the left side of your screen, the junior, just 1 dual match loss this season, number 1 in the country. Again, one of the breakout players of the year has been junior Toby Samuel, number 10 in the country, 19-4 at the top spot.
Axel. a hold there, trying to bring his emotion. I think the understated and underrated part of this resumption this morning is, look, it's 10 a.m. These guys are not used to coming out for a 10 a.m. match. It's a totally different feeling being out there in the evening versus 10 o'clock in the morning, which meant, you know, they had to warm up, they had to eat. These guys were up early this morning.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Probably that 6 a.m., 6:30 range. Yeah. It's not as though they got a ton of sleep last night either. We were here till 9:30, holding steady until there was a formal announcement. Meanwhile, you should have audio back on court number 1 between Texas and South Carolina. As you see, Draxel holds for 4-5. Rodesh will serve for a second opening set for the Who's. Let's go quickly check in on court number 6 in Virginia, Kentucky. We'll get back to one, obviously, as soon as Rodesh is out of the chair. I don't think we've shown freshman Mons Dahlberg, freshman Charlotte Cosnay. This feels very swingy in terms of the outcome of this match, right? Cosnay, the clinching win for Kentucky in 4-3 in their 4-3 victory over Stanford in the round of 16. And now Cosnay, after lacing the forehand. You got great points here, Chris.
And if you are new to seeing Charlotte Cosnay, you're in for a treat in watching this freshman's backhand. If you're a one-handed favorite. He's got a beautiful one-e.
That is one sort of response from Dahlberg.
Dahlberg says, you've got a forehand, I've got a forehand.
The word that comes to my mind, Chris, gumption. There was some gumption behind that ball.
It's good, 10 a.m., it's too early for chutzpah.
Yeah, yeah. Say the chutzpah's for 12. Ziri does his job to keep it just a single mini break. Still, the first set's on Samuel's racket. Second serve look here for the freshman Charlotte Cosnay. Yes! Oh, it's a double from Dahlberg. We go from gumption to inexperience. And you feel the pressure of the moment. 5-3 lead. Cosnay will serve for the set. Take me back to, get me to a split screen, actually, please. Andy Westoff, can you throw me Rodesh Draxel on a side screen? I know it's going to take a moment here, Virginia, Kentucky, but again, Rodesh serving for the set. Charlotte Cosnay serving for the set. Now we're starting to see some breaks here in these opening sets between Virginia and Kentucky. Some serious movement.
And while those are serving, they're very close to watching Lapidat and Iñaki Montes get chances to serve for sets as well. So there's going to be a lot of furious action here. All these first sets.
Meanwhile, first set, Toby Samuel, that forehand volley does land good. So South Carolina gets on the board. 7-6 at 1, take me to 2. It'll be another breaker, and all year long, it's been Samuel, Thompson, the juniors leading the way. Again, we'll try to get that Rodesh Draxel matchup for you all on a third screen here. Big box, let's keep Cosnay. He's got a first set for Rodesh, and the scoreboard's just slow. It must be. 6-4 first set to Rodesh on 1. Let's keep the Virginia screen as our third screen. Take me to court 3, please, where good news for Kentucky. Joshua Lapidat is indeed serving for a set. Got Lapidat serving for a set. Cosnay serving for a set.
But right now, that's it.
Yeah.
That's Kentucky needs it. They need one more. Someone's going to have to find a break because everybody else is down breaks.
That's the aggression from Cosnay. High five from Coach Draxel. Snay now 2 points away from the opening set. We got a good question in the chat from someone we might just see play later today. Our dear friend here of our show, UGA soon-to-be All-American, Ethan Quinn asked, can I get a definition of gumption? Here's my definition, Ethan. When you're down 3-5, love 40, and you just hit the big forehand down the line, my friend, that's gumption. When Trent hits a nice serve, and it's a floater, and it probably is Trent's ball, but you're like, no, I'm going to take it because I have a high forehand, that's gumption.
Ethan might like the bus driver's definition better.
Sure.
In the chat.
Both work. I would argue that rally right there, a little gumption. From Charlotte, Kosnay sets up set points. Meanwhile, Lapidot in a little bit of trouble, 15-30. All confirmed. So second serve coming. By the way, if you're looking for individual links to matches, you can find them on PlaySite. Ball goes long, so it is a first set for Kentucky. Let's go back to the split up. Nope, just kidding. Let's put Lapidot in the big screen, please. We'll swap out court number 6. You said Montez is serving for the first set on 2?
He is.
So we'll go court 6, please, becomes court 2 in the Virginia-Kentucky match where Iñaki Montez, the junior, he's going to serve for a third first set. Yeah, the scoreboard's frozen on 1. I'm pretty sure Rodesh did take that first set 6-4. And it's break point chances here for Jeffrey von der Schulenburg. Von der Schulenburg does break. So we're back on serve again. First set's in the books so far in Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia needs 4 singles wins. Kentucky just 3. 6-4 first set for Virginia at 1. 6-1 first set for Virginia at 5. You see Montez serving for that first set at 2. Can we make court 3 court number 4, please? We might catch him in a changeover, but Ryan Getz is about to serve for the opening set as well.
And add a 6-3 first set for Kentucky at 6.
Oh, thank you. We just saw the Kosnay first set. I assume you all remembered it, even if I didn't. Meanwhile, it goes without saying here is Texas, South Carolina back on your big screen. Junior Connor Thompson, sophomore P.Y. Bailey. Thompson quietly, just number 16 in the country. P.Y. 28. You see the 4-2 lead here on the turn. Let's put Montez in the big screen. It's court number 2 at Virginia. There's Lafiani, the big inside-out forehand swinger. Yeah. Much like we saw the breaks on 3. One thing to get to the finish line, it's another to cross it. And Get's about to serve for that set on 4. That's why we're keeping him on your screen. Meanwhile, Montez faces break points. Keep the first set alive on 2. Well, that's Lafayette for you.
Oh, big yell.
He can connect on a couple of forehands, and when he does, it is just dangerous. So we play on court number 2. Again, Get's now going to serve for that third first set for the Who's. Call confirmed 5-2. I'm going to throw a take your way, Chris. You tell me what you think. I'm pretty sure P.Y. Bailey put on the bandana today because Connor Thompson goes with the headband.
Oh.
I'm like 90% sure that's a mental game.
I could see that for sure.
It's
P.Y.
For sure. P.Y.'s like, I'm not intimidated. You think your hair is nice? Look at mine. By the way, my forehand's pretty nice too. As the match is now on his racket. Yeah, it's a battle of the headbands. Absolute joke. Sometimes you think a celebration might be too much. That one was worthy of the occasion.
I tell you, when I watch PY, not only is he fast and puts everything back in a, not just back, but in a spot that's hard to get to, his anticipation to even get there, he makes it look so easy. I don't know how you put a ball away against him. He gets everything. He is very fun to watch.
And it's a set point here for P.Y. Bailey. 4 of them on the sophomore's racket to make it 5 first sets. It's all Texas right now. First sets on courts 2 through 6 in singles. They also have a break lead on 3, which is where we're going to go to now. Let's put Ryan Getz, though, in your big screen first. Yeah, this is trouble, Chris. Right now, Texas, 6-4, 3-2 lead on 3, 6-4, 3-all lead on 4, 6-3, 3-2 break lead on 5. I know our second set of quarterfinals, and on those top courts, it'll be TCU, Michigan. They might get some extended warm-up, not before 12:30 p.m. At the pace Texas is on right now, they'll be back in bed napping by noon.
Yeah, this match, the way they're going, could be over in, if those matches go their way, we're talking 25 minutes. Yeah, I mean, by 11 a.m.-ish, Texas closes these out where they've got leads. Sets and breaks now on 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, meanwhile, the big story in Virginia, Kentucky is, does anyone want to win a first set?
No, break. Every time you serve forward,
yeah,
it's break.
Rodesh and Kosnay are the exception, not the rule. As in the past 5 minutes, we've seen Montez broken serving for a set, Lapadat serving broken serving for a set. Ianni, as you see now, up 6-5. And can we make that court 2, court number 3, please? Braswell does hold for 6-4, 4-2. And now it's set points Getz. Well, he's got I believe, the most, second most wins of any player in singles on the Virginia team this year. Perhaps now you see why. How is this a 4 singles match? Did you see that Taha body inside out forehand?
Not bad.
It's laced. Laced. So it's a deciding point, set point on 4.
Yeah, great, but the ball that set it all up was the inside in down the line, because he's got to pull Getz over to that side. Otherwise, Getz is just going to run around all those forehands in the backhand corner.
Ryan Getz takes the opening set, so that is 3 now for the Who's. And let's put Texas in the big screen, but if you can, super producer Daniel Westoff, on the side, we're going to go courts 2 and 3 at Virginia. Courts 2 and 3 at Virginia, because those are your swing first sets right now. Virginia taking first sets at 1, 4, and 5. A first set to Kentucky at 6. On serve on courts 2 and 3. We're going to keep them on your screen. Meanwhile, again, Texas, after taking the doubles point yesterday, they take first sets on courts 2 through 6. So the top-seeded Longhorns, dare I say, Chris Heliors, are looking the part here today. No gumption necessary when you're putting a beatdown on your opponent.
Doesn't take a lot of gumption.
Yeah, that's not it. That's exactly it.
Some people say I'd rather be lucky than good. Texas says, no, we're fine just being good.
Yeah.
Big finish for Kentucky here. Really needing to get both of these. Advantage Virginia if they get one of them in 4 first sets. If they get 2 of them for 5 first sets, I think we're in for a long match.
And we might be with that match for a while. As Braswell here, if he can get a break, I mean, I'm not going to say put the point on the board, because we both saw that Duke match. We both made, after making that mistake between Duke, UCLA, Lukemeyer, and Schvetz on 6, I'm never making that mistake again. But look, Micah Braswell's home. He's back in Florida, his home state. He is so accustomed to these conditions. And I had one coach tell me, don't forget how well, almost used bad grammar there, don't forget how well Braswell played in 2021 at this event. And now Braswell healthy. Again, he's been near 500 for this team, has not been clicking all season. If they get the best version of Micah Braswell here at the NCAA tournament, good luck knocking off the Hornets. Break points that, dare I say, feel almost de facto match pointing. Is it a deuce point set point coming up on 2? It might be. Set points, trump game points. Give me court 2, Virginia, Kentucky in the big screen.
Big hold from Iñaki to send that to a breaker.
And he dances his way through the hold. So we'll go back to court number 3 here. Again, de facto match point almost for Braswell. Chris, I'll be the first to say it. I think Micah's back.
Yeah.
The junior Micah Braswell, 6'4", 5'2". Breaker on 2 here in this opening set. Meanwhile, you look for Texas. God, these scoreboards. I mean, if you're a South Carolina fan, I want to use the word ominous, so I'm going to change the framework. If you're a South Carolina fan, these scoreboards are ominous, much like last night's skyline. The lightning, the storms are coming right now for Texas. 6'4", 5'2". Cleve Harper, 6'3", 4'2". Can you take me to court 4 on that Texas side of things, please, Westhoff? We'll get back to the Braswell serving for the match in a moment. Court 5 at Texas, though. Excuse me, court 4 at Texas.
Yeah, Lambling.
Yeah, in
trouble.
trouble.
Bit of trouble here.
Not a little. Again, break points here for Waldeep. He'd then serve for the match. We might have to go double Texas.
I think that ball was good.
Yeah, it's classy. It was close. But you got to give the benefit of the doubt that that's a scoreboard call, too. Let's be honest.
Well, I was just going to say, if this was 6-4, 4-3 Lambling.
Yeah, 4-6, 3-point.
No question.
And that's not an indictment on Waldeep. That's just a general principle.
It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, 100%.
Any player in college would, if that was the scoreline, that ball's out.
And Seam builds good karma. So Westhoff, here's what we're going to have to do. Can you bring me on our third screen, please? Court 3, replace Lapadat van der Schulenburg. Oh, wait, van der Schulenburg's serving for the set. Can we replace anything? I don't know.
Got to leave those two. You've got to leave them up. We're going to have to monitor.
Yeah, can you take me to court 3, please? Braswell out of the chair a little quicker in this Texas match. Oh, sorry. I'm at court 3 in Texas. I apologize. That was poor explaining by me.
We've got Braswell and Waldeep will serve for their matches
simultaneously here. Okay, you know what? Can I just say as evidence, I'm not saying Lapadat made a bad call there. As it is 15:30, but like that's the ball that Waldeep called in. Yeah. Like that's what I'm saying, folks. Like case in point. And actually, if we can, super producer Danny Westhoff, I know it's going to take a second. Replace Ayeni Montez with court number 4 at Texas. So can we make that third screen? Because we do have a little bit more time with the first set breaker than we do with a serve for the match. So if we can make that Ayeni Montez court the Waldeep Lambling court, that's court 4 in South Carolina, Texas. Try to show you those match points as the Longhorns close in on a 3-love lead. And again, with Harper up a set and a break as well.
You're about to see one, I think.
Is it a match point? It is a match point coming up for CM Waldeep on 4. We'll try to catch it here in time for you. You're the best, Westhoff. Throw it on the graphic. Match points Texas for 2-love. Waldeep sprays. But that's why you build 40-love. Meanwhile, set points van der Schulenburg on 3. The set goes to Lambling, to Waldeep. And with that, it's a match. CM Waldeep, 6-4, 6-3, 2-love Texas. Get me to a split screen. Match points, Micah Braswell. Set point, van der Schulenburg. We'll throw a graphic on your screen.
Schulenburg gets it done.
7-5 first set for Virginia, taking me to 2. Braswell goes long, so it will be a deciding point, match point. We'll get that match point graphic now. As what is a must-win first set for Kentucky is slowly leaning their way at 2. Virginia first sets on 1, 3, 4, and 5. Rodesh already up a set and a break on 1. They're the defending national champs for a reason, Chris. As it's set points, INE. Match points here for Braswell. Micah makes it 3-0 Texas. The junior, 6'4", 6'2" at the number 3 spot. That's back-to-back impressive wins, whether it was the round of 16 against Jansen. Obviously now quarterfinals here against James Story. And let's go to court number 5. Texas is a game away. 6-3, 5-3 lead for Cleve Harper. They look like the top seeds, Chris.
Yeah, I said 11 a.m. That may have been too long. Boy.
No, I said in bed by noon.
Yeah, you said in bed by noon, and I said 11 a.m. They could be in bed at 11:30 and done at 10:50.
No, but we know Bruce Burke. They'll get some. There's a Panera stop that's going to delay.
They're not going back.
Yeah, exactly. As it is a 7-6 first set for INE. That means all first sets in the book. And if you can, Westhoff, take me back to 1 on that Kentucky-Virginia side of things. Again, junior Chris Rodesh, a set and a break lead for Virginia. Who's dropped the doubles point? They get 4 of 6 first sets. Courts 1, 3, 4, and 5. Kentucky takes courts 2 and 6. You know what that means, Chris? It's a complete reset. Doubles point now, dare I say, irrelevant.
Well, it's not irrelevant.
Well, but now if you're Kentucky, you're chasing for the first time in this match.
You're behind right now.
Our dear friend John J. Parsons on the grounds watching in person, describing INE to end that first set, calls it godlike tennis. Said the level in person was out of this world, and obviously we saw some of those forehand winners, just ridiculous. Changeover on court number 5. Harper, though, is going to serve to send Texas to the semifinals. So if you want super producer Danny Westhoff, let's start working a 3-box. We'll bring in another court of Kentucky, Virginia. We'll make that third court at Kentucky, Virginia. Court number 5, please. And we'll throw Texas's Harper Houle to the side. Again, we're going to keep that on our screen as Texas is 1 Cleve Harper service game away from the semifinals. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. Again, these matches continuations of yesterday. Rain forcing our quarterfinals to be postponed for a good 12 hours. About, I'd say 14 hours maybe, slightly north of 12. I know everyone's worried about that math, but slightly north of 12.
And hopefully we get them all in today. I think the forecast, the last I had seen, the best potential for any showers were after 2 p.m.
Sure.
Which makes this one potentially finishing early for Texas, South Carolina, very helpful to the match that follows it. But if we get a long Kentucky-Virginia match, boy, we could see it again. And of course, we've got women's semifinal action tonight,
5 p.m.
at 5 p.m.
We'll have NC State Stanford for you on our Cracked Racquet stream. Meanwhile, here we go. You can make court 1, court 4, please, at Virginia, Kentucky, but right now the story is in the big screen. The 5th year, who's got 1 year of eligibility remaining, Cleve Harper serving to send Texas back to the semifinals. First time since 2021. First point Houle.
Houle puts so much air under those balls. I think it's just you're on the other side for Harper. He's just got to decide when. When do I want to go after one of these? Obviously not one that's as deep as Poole was giving him there, but if one of those comes up a little short, it's all mental for Harper. Do I go after, or do I just keep playing the rally? Serve +1.
Yeah, that's what Cleve Harper's going to be doing here. That's his game. Obviously, the reigning NCAA doubles champion. Wants to hit that kick serve, that first forehand move in behind it. See the changeover on 4. If you can, bring me back to 1 in Kentucky, Virginia.
Braxel's got to find a break back there. He is the cheerleader on and off the court for them, but they do not want him cheering from off the court.
Here we go, though. Match points, Harper. Texas is headed back to the semifinals. It's the 5th-year Cleve Harper, 6'3", 6'4", clinches the 4-love shutout for the top-seeded Longhorns. Chris Halioris, they resumed play at 10 a.m. Took 52 minutes for these Longhorns to take care of business. 4-love, they're back to the semifinals. Thoughts on quarterfinal number 1's result?
It wasn't even this lopsided when we stopped, right? They had breaks on a couple.
As we go to the, by the way, the Kentucky-Virginia split screen now. Carry on.
They had breaks on a couple, but they weren't in commanding position. You just felt good. But they immediately put themselves in commanding position and never looked back. South Carolina never even had a chance to make that run. We always get that one run, much like watching an NBA game where there's always a run by the other team at the end. Just never happened. Texas didn't give them a chance.
Too good from the Longhorns today. And look, here's I think the most significant part there. What did Texas do? They won the match without Elliot Spizzirri. Now, Spizzirri was essential in the doubles point. Obviously, he and Cleve Harper earning that 7-5 clinch at 1. But yeah, right now it's Texas's world, and we're just living in it. That is as good as you will see probably from any team today. All right, let's go to the triple box. As you see, Kiefer holds 4-6-1, 4-3. We'll put Rodesh Draxel in your big screen. That scoreboard, a game behind Chris Rodesh, now 6-4, 4-2 lead. We'll put courts 5 and 6 on the side. Let's watch the freshman. And again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. We're going to get court 1 in that big screen for all of you here in a moment. But of course, Kentucky taking the doubles point in this match yesterday. They were down, 6 match points at the number 1 spot. Montez and Woodall served for the setup, 5-3. Then there's a long, winding breaker going the way for Wildcats. But again, 4 first sets for Virginia. First sets on courts 1, 3, 4, and 5. Kentucky gets Lafayette at 2. Charlotte Cosnay at 6. And now we go to the triple box for the remainder of this semifinal. A shout out, as always, to Joe Gentry. I saw he addressed this question in the chat. Quarterfinals 3 and 4. TCU, Michigan, Georgia, Ohio State, not before 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. So no matter what time these matches end, we will not have additional quarterfinals for you till 12:30.
Further we go here without Kentucky finding a break, the path is starting to become clear for them. It's getting very close to having must wins from the 2 matches they got the first set on and needing to flip Josh Lapadat, because Draxel down a set in the break, Body down a set in the break, each down a set on serve. So that's another critical one. Either that or Lapadat is looking like Kentucky's got to find a way to get to a third at the moment, but certainly you never count Draxel.
Next game's yours, Liam. All over there. Man down.
And that's scoreboard, yes, it is behind. They're in a changeover. That's either, I didn't see the end of that one.
No, 4-3.
4-3.
Rodesh up a break.
Yep.
That'll get updated for us all in a moment. Let's make court 1, court number 3, please. Court 1, court 4, please. Court 1 becomes court 4 as Ryan Getz, who lost the clinching match to Taha Body in the regular season. Body 7-6 in the third over Getz in Charlottesville.
And that was a crazy finish.
That was nuts. But Getz right now setting a break lead on 4.
Weeks here just called him out being a spot they really need to come back and split on serve, but now he's got himself in a little spot, a double fault to go down 15-30. Desperately does not want to give Kiefer the chance to serve for the match here. Play from the freshman there.
And credit to Kiefer. I have to say, though, I did not see this sort of scoreline coming. I know Kiefer, again, physically, how solid he is. Just not a definitive weakness in his game, but the explosiveness of Weeks. I just thought it might be a tougher matchup for Kiefer. Not the biggest guy, right? Handle the heaviness of that Weeks ball.
Look, Weeks is kind of what you expect from a freshman, particularly a January freshman, in that he's got all the tools. He just doesn't know exactly how to use them yet. He's still figuring all that out. He's had some, you can see the talent level when he has some good results against great guys, and then he's got some poor results against, average guys, and it's all part of him figuring things out. But if he's on, absolutely, he's a tough out.
But that low volley hit into the net. Great job by Kiefer there just to dip that one low. And it's funny, I always have to coach said, dip and chase. You got to dip that one low, get ready to chase the drop volley. Weeks was going to hit the drop volley, but unable to clear the net. So if Kiefer breaks here, he'll serve for the match.
Yeah, and then it starts to become, we're getting closer and closer to Kentucky, knowing that it's the 2 matches they got the first set in, and it's Lapadat that's got to flip.
That's a freshman choice.
That's a terrible choice.
A freshman choice.
Yeah.
Cannot hit that drop shot there. And so now Alex Kiefer will serve for the match. We'll keep it on your screen. You see the deuce point on 6 for Kosnay. Look, members of Big Blue Nation, you got to make a push right now. Any Kentucky fans in the crowd, this is the moment. Be your loudest. You're absolutely right. There's I would say a 15-minute window here. Virginia could put this match away, Chris. We could have an hour off.
Yeah, for that to happen, obviously, the key would be that the one furthest behind, the Van der Schulenburg, lap-it-out match, Van der Schulenburg would have to close that one in straights. But yes, there's a path for Virginia, obviously, with the 4 first sets. It's a big deuce point up in the top left for Taha Badi. Body nets that inside-out forehand. Double break lead
For the who's on 4. So let's go back to 1. I know that scoreboard's down, but Rodesh is up a set and a break. So you see a very clear pathway, Chris Halioris, to 3 points for Virginia. 1, 4, 5. So you're absolutely right. There's a little urgency now.
Yeah, Kentucky knows. I mean, I would say double break. You're probably not thinking Body's coming back.
And let's make court 6 court 1, please. Keep an eye on that Rodesh match.
Exactly. Draxel, at this point, that's where they're focused towards. Obviously, Lapidat has to somehow get that second set, but
Need someone with him.
They need Draxel to get a break back here and at least extend this.
I'll tell you what, Chris, 85 degrees outside in Orlando, sweltering heat. These are Alex Kiefer conditions. And head coach Andreas Pedroso has said for 3 years now, yes, my juniors, Montez, Rodesh, Van der Schulenburg, they get the headlines. But when he gets called upon, Virginia Nation will be quite proud of what they see from Alex Kiefer. He's got a match point here to deliver a first point on the day.
Come on, Lob. Come on. High energy right here. Let's go.
That ball landed good. Wow. Going on there on the Draxel.
Yeah, it's unclear to me. So let's make court 1 court number 3, please. Alex Kiefer puts point 1 on the board. A 6-1, 6-3 decision for the Virginia junior. Win number 17 on the season. Let's put court 4 in the big screen. Taha Badi is making a little bit of a push in this Ryan Getz service game now. Breakpoint chances to get one of the 2 breaks back. Meanwhile, again, not sure what's going on court number 1. So let's make court 5 court 2, please. NCAA finals rematch, excuse me. 4th seeded Kentucky, 5th seeded Virginia. Virginia again, 4 first sets. After dropping the doubles point, they already got a straight set win from Alex Kiefer at 5. Montez now 3-love lead in the second set on 2.
Trying.
Oh, he has to break.
I mean, it's double break, so he's got to. Gonna have to do it on a deciding point here. Great serve down T from Getz there. Body looks like he's gonna make him go in the same spot maybe here. Looking. Nope. You do score. Another big serve from Getz, and he holds for 5-1.
That's just clutch as nails for the senior. Aha, we have an update on court 1. After all the rain last night, it looks like there's a dead spot on the court.
Oh, they were gathering around that baseline on the far side, and that must be what it is.
Shout out to John J. Parsons for explaining what's going on in the pause and play on 1. Well, that buys Kentucky some time.
Not sure how you solve that.
You send them to 5.
Yeah. That works for now. Doesn't work so well for the next one. Maybe it's a little bit of moisture built up under the surface. Maybe we see him get out there with a drill and pull a little water out. I don't know.
I can tell you this, it is not advantage body. We don't do that in this sport.
Hopefully if they move to 5, we'll have a functioning scoreboard too.
And it's 2 for 1.
Yeah.
What would you rather have, a dead spot and a scoreboard, or no dead spot, no scoreboard? Honestly, as a fan, I'd be like, you're fine with the dead spot. Just don't hit there. Guys, we need a score.
Yeah, we have the scores. We've all played on courts with crack.
Yeah.
Fuck. We just want to know what the score is.
Chris, that's a really good point. I got nothing for you. I got no counter. It's fair. It's well said. Taha Badi fighting for his life here. Yeah, it's not 6-4, 5-4. Actually, the winner he hit was worth 3 games.
Yeah.
There was a new rule. Court 1 being moved to Court 5. Foreshadowing, Chris. We know what we're doing.
Well done.
Let's go, John! Let's go, you guys!
But what does that mean for Georgia Ohio State? We'll have to do some digging. Meanwhile, again, it is 6-4, 5-1 here. That ball away. Holds 4-2-5 still. Ryan Getz will serve for the match. Let's put court 3 in the big screen. Given the delay on court number 1, again, the pathway still for the Who's. 1, 3, 4, and 5. Already got 5 from Alex Kiefer. And I think Von der Schulenburg just broke for 3-2. Certainly just saw Lapadat dump a volley in the net. And the pep in the step of the man we call Doc Von. Jeffrey Von der Schulenburg, 7-5, 3-2. Who's are now in control, Chris.
Yeah, this is starting to look very bleak for Kentucky. They're about to drop both of the first sets that they won and send them to thirds. Getz will have a chance to serve for the match.
Meanwhile, a triple changeover. You just love to see it. 5-love and Yaki on 2 as well. Ay.
Yeah, that's why I said the 2 sets that Kentucky got.
So let's put court 4 on the big
there.
screen, please. I know Dahlberg and is going with Kosnay right now, but I do want to keep these courts on your screen. Meanwhile, 12:30 p.m. Eastern time start, it's looking like, for both Michigan, TCU. That match will start at 12:30 for sure. Georgia, Ohio State will start probably a half hour after whenever this match. Kentucky, Virginia finishes. Again, Kentucky takes the doubles point. Virginia gets a win on 5. They took first sets on courts 1, 3, 4, and 5. And a very clear pathway for victory here. Getz, the senior, serving for the match.
Oh, you see Coach Gordon begging for some energy here. They've got to, just anywhere, they're really behind the 8 ball. They've got to find a couple breaks and very quickly. Gordon imploring the guys to bring some energy.
God, that Getz forehand is pro stuff. And again, if you're just joining us, why don't we have court number 1? A dead spot on the far baseline of court 1. They've decided to move that match to court number 5. It does look like I see Liam Draxel swinging there to the right side of this court. So I think we have court 5 back in action. I mean, court 1 back in action, excuse me.
Safe now.
In my culture, they just say Diana.
Now, from now on, you have to say West court 1/5.
Yeah, exactly. But let me know when you have that stuff, and when you do, can we put that in the bottom left of our screen? You see Von der Schulenburg is setting the break lead on 3, but we might have a little more time there than we do with that one singles battle. Not sure how much time we have left with this. Match points Getz, and there it is, by the way, and I blame the scoreboard. It was going to be impossible for us to follow it anyways. Chris Rodesh, is he walking on court now, or did he win already? I think he won. Yeah, Chris Rodesh won. That's a straight set win at the top spot for the Who's. So 2-1, put it on the scoreboard.
3-1.
3-1 on the scoreboard now, as indeed Ryan Getz makes it 3-1 Who's. 3 matches remaining. Courts 2, 3, and 6. We'll put them on your board. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. It's been a lopsided morning. If you're just joining us, Texas straight set wins at 3, 4, and 5. They were off the court in under an hour today. And
Virginia
I'll tell you,
doesn't look to be far behind.
yeah, Virginia's going to make it an hour and a half. We were joking Texas is going to be napping by 12. Virginia's in bed by 1:30. So impressed by the defending national champions who, again, it's worth noting, entering today's match, they had won 19 consecutive. Coach Andreas Pedroso just has his guys peaking at the right moment. This is a program in command right now, Chris.
Surgical! Put it in a museum! Let's go, Sean!
Again, I'm still waiting on Twitter confirmation on this Rodesh Draxel result, but I feel pretty confident.
Yeah. It does. Virginia did say.
There it is. So Chris Rodesh did indeed make it 3-1 with Getz, with Kiefer. Let's put court 3 on the big screen, please. Joshua Lapadat down a set and a break, just broke back. Now 3-all, 30 love. Look, Montez close to forcing a third set. Dahlberg a game away from forcing a third set. Kentucky has to find a way to sweep all 3.
If the serving marker is right down there for Kuzne, that means he got to break back. It was 5-3 Dahlberg. So he may have gotten it back on serve, and Josh as well. But yeah, no mystery to what has to happen here for Kentucky to win. They have to have them all. Any one, and Virginia moves on to the semifinal. Oh, hitting. Vander Schulenberg showing off the net skills.
Well done. Vander Schulenberg just won't go away in this game, and he can do math as well as we can, Chris. Virginia has 3. He has the 4th first set. He's well aware what's on his shoulders.
Yeah. He knows he's the guy that has the best opportunity to finish it, that's for sure.
That ball into the net, though, so game point chances here for Lapadat. Again, these two faced off in the regular season. Joshua Lapadat, Jeffrey Vander Schulenberg, a 5-4 win on that day. A reminder, Vander Schulenberg was down an early break for much of the first set here on 3. Ends up coming back to take the last, 4 games of the set?
Well, we resumed this match at 3-love Lapadat.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you see Iñaki Montez does force a third. leave it on your screen, obviously, as we've got only 3 singles matches remaining here. Oh, no. I get to say your favorite phrase, Chris.
Yes, you could have.
I could have done that. I really could have. In fact, I'm pretty sure I hit that serve earlier this week on that court. Off error speaks to the moment. And here comes, that looks like Andreas Pedrosa with that pep in his step. Deuce point, deciding point here on 3. Matt Gordon comes over as well.
Matt just scrolled across. He didn't say a word to Josh. Ball deep from Von der Schulenberg, and a critical hold for Lapidat.
And to have it, he's got it. And so look, here's the path for Kentucky. These are the 3 courts. 3rd set coming on 2. Let's put court 6 in the big screen, please. Kosnay looking to extend his 2nd set. And if you're a Kentucky fan, it's got to be Kosnay. And for what it's worth, Big Blue Nation, you've been here before. Great pass from Dahlberg, sets up a breakpoint chance. But remember, Kentucky earlier this event, they lost 6 first sets after taking doubles to Northwestern. They've played 2 4-3 matches the last 2 rounds. They played 2 4-3 matches in the SEC tournament. If any team can pull off a comeback like this, Chris, it's literally this Kentucky group. So I'm not writing them off yet. No, that's wide. But it goes without saying, Kosnay has to get off the court in straights. Can't be messing around with the 3rd there.
You're said than done down 7 points.
No. Amen, my friend. Again, as they say in my culture, Diana.
But at least it is still set point, but he's also got it to where now he can get back on serve. Or on serve. He can get it to 5-ball.
He's a set to Dahlberg, so we're going 3 on courts 2 and 6. Let's go full screen court 3. This is the one. And all season long for Kentucky, it's been Joshua Lapidat. He's been the guy for this group. Team leader in singles victories is the junior. 23 and 4 overall. Look at those calves.
Light opening, very slight. See if Lapidat can take advantage.
And again, this is a rematch from the regular season. It was a 5-4 win for Von der Schulenberg indoors in Charlottesville. Lapidat can't force a 3rd. He's going home. A willingness to be bold. And Scotty B reminds us in the chat, TCU was down 3-1 in the quarterfinals last year. Kentucky was to TCU. 3-1 in the quarterfinals last year. How'd that result go, Chris?
Yeah, good comeback for the Cats.
They're the cardiac cats, right? It was low-hanging fruit. I had to go there. Wes, if we can just stay full on 3. We'll worry about those other matches in a little bit.
Big couple shots here for Josh Lapidat. Can't get the return down on that one. One more chance.
You go at or deuce.
Oh, he's going to the deuce side.
Well, okay then.
He's. You don't miss the return that bad, and go right back to the same side. Oh, he is. Wow.
Deciding point here.
Well, he's got
no, not deciding. 2 more breaks. Excuse me.
No, this is deciding point. I think the
Scoreboard's just behind.
This is
yeah,
where
okay, that's what
that was.
Too.
Yeah, he just missed the backhand return right here.
Are my eyes not working?
And
Great serving from von der Schulenberg. I get to use the word again. Gumption. Absolute gumption. From the man we call Doc Von, the junior, Jeffrey von der Schulenberg. Lights off break points to hold for 4-all. Again, if you're wondering how we got to this point. Kentucky took the doubles point yesterday. It was really early in just about every first set when play was suspended due to rain. And then, look, from the start here, it's been all about these Virginia Cavaliers, the defending NCAA champions. Straight set wins on courts 1, 4, and 5. That's Rodesh, Getz, Kiefer. Oh, no. And that's the dynamic, right? Lapidat's going to try to hit that big forehand, look to move forward. The patterns are definitely there. One of those moments where it's one of those 5 or 50 scenarios, right? You feel like we're 5 minutes away.
I mean, just starting thirds on the other
away.
two.
Yeah, or
so,
50 minutes away
so
from the end of this match.
If they have to finish.
It's all on Lapidat here. Oh, no. Oh, no. And yes, I know third set's underway on courts 2 and 6, but they're irrelevant. At this moment, at least. Iñaki Montez, Lafayette, Mons Dahlberg, Charlotte Cosnay. You're not irrelevant humans. You're just irrelevant in the moment. Needed it. That's a gift. No doubt from Doc Von. The slow roller drops in. The tennis equivalent of getting crossed over, Chris. The ankle breaker from von der Schulenberg. 2 breakpoint chances for Virginia's Doc Vaughn. You're on 3. The left court ace, you love to see it.
And Lapinot just turned as soon as the ball touched the tape as if he knew it was going over
No,
as an
that's
ace. And he didn't, no thanks, no nothing, just
That's a
probably
big
laughing
right
internally.
to the team, fist pump, next point, deciding point coming up. Hit another let court ace, come on.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Best ball boy in the business, Andres Pedroso. A willingness to be bold.
That felt like your de facto match point.
Absolutely.
You just can't let von der Schulenberg serve for the match.
Abso-freaking-lutely. So let's go back to the, you beat me to it. As soon as we're out of that changeover, we'll obviously go back to court number 3. But here's where things stand. 3-1 Virginia. Kentucky taking the doubles point yesterday. Virginia with wins from Alex Kiefer at 5. Chris Rodesh in a match moved from court 1 to court 5, but ultimately completed. Straight sets for the top player from UVA. They also got a win from senior Ryan Getz at 4. Kentucky took 2 first sets. They're the 2 first sets you see on your screen. Courts 2 and 6. Each of those matches pushed to a 3rd set. Meanwhile, we just saw Lapinot. A lot of heart from the Kentucky junior to hold from 30-40 down. Yeah, I think we should stay in a full court scenario with when Lapinot, von der Schulenberg do come back. So as soon as they're back, Westhoff, you throw that on our screen, please. But this is where we're at. Early 3rd sets on courts 2 and 6.
Uh-oh. A little look here for Josh Lapinot. Love 30 on the von der Schulenberg serve. Obviously, Kentucky has to force a 3rd here. That ball right there. Undoubtedly the reason Lapinot didn't want to take the deuce point in the deuce court. Good wide serve from von der Schulenberg. Lapinot unable to get that backhand slice back over.
goes long, so here we go. Deciding third sets in this match. This is what Kentucky has done all season long. Which begs the question, how do Cedric Kaufman and Matt Gordon have any hair left on their heads? We play on in UVA, Kentucky, as Joshua Lapadat, Captain Clutch for the Wildcats, forces the 3rd on 3. So you remember earlier when I said these matches are irrelevant? Now they're very relevant.
Yeah.
Malafi serving on the far side.
Kuzne up a quick break here.
And Ieni a 2-1 lead, so now the Wildcats are back where they want to be. And you might recall about an hour, 20 minutes ago, I let you know about a conversation I had with Cedric Kaufman. Cedric Kaufman says, I'm never more comfortable than when my team's in the clear final 30 minutes of a match. I trust their ability to clinch, the trust they have in one another to pull through moments like this. Well, guess what? We've reached the last 30. This is where, if you're Kentucky, flex those muscles, flex how calloused this group is. Virginia's won 19 straight matches, Chris. The last time they played a 4-3 match, against Tennessee, round 1 of the National Indoors, or round of 16, excuse me. So it's been 3 months since they played a 4-3 match. Meanwhile, that's all Kentucky does.
Yeah.
I think 4 of their last 5 have been 4-3, right? Semifinals, finals of the SECs, second round, round of 16 of NCAAs.
Double check.
I'm 100% sure.
I think you're right.
Yeah, this is one of those stupid moments. Yeah. Shout out to my brain. Because we haven't gotten enough of those yet, Chris. As you see, 2-1 Ieni on the turn. We'll go full on 6. And if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. 4-love win for the top seeds Texas over South Carolina. That match already completed earlier today. Obviously, as soon as we get Ieni back, we'll go to that split screen. I believe we do, so we'll have it here for you now. Again, yeah, Texas dominant today. Took them less than an hour to get off the court on 9th seeded South Carolina, so they'll play the winner of this one tomorrow. Two things to note. And again, this Virginia team's won 19 matches in a row. They're the defending NCAA champions. Here's the thing, though. Charles Cosne may be a freshman. He just clinched a 3-set 4-3 win for Kentucky over Stanford in the round of 16. Alafi Ieni might be new to this NCAA quarterfinal. He just clinched a 4-3 win over Tennessee for Kentucky in the SEC semifinals. The third guy on the court is the guy who has the most wins for Kentucky this season in Joshua Lapadat. Now, again, you can make easy cases for the who's as well, but this is the first time here on Friday. I think we can say Kentucky has some momentum.
They definitely have momentum here. You would clearly still rather be Virginia.
Yeah, of course.
But yes, and to your point, probably 3 guys, although I'm not, I mean, honestly, I think outside of, outside of Weeks, I think they're fine with anybody on the team being the last 3 guys on. Weeks just isn't there yet. But yeah, you're certainly not going to argue with Kosnay, who just did it, Ianni, and Lapadat. I mean, Coach Kaufman's got to be feeling really good about the guys he has out there. Now it's just a matter of execution. And probably, even though Kosnay just did it, always going to have maybe a little more doubt with a freshman, which makes it that much better if you're a UK fan. Kosnay's got the early break lead, maybe not as much pressure. I mean, it's a different kind of pressure trying to win from ahead, but it's definitely better than trying to chase from behind. Still pressure, but a different kind. And I think where Kentucky really, obviously they believe, but where they really start to believe is if they could get up another break. Either Ianni or Lapadat, if they could manage to get up a break with Kosnay.
Oh, Charlotte, did that land good from Dahlberg?
I couldn't tell.
I think it did.
Yeah,
oh my
reaction
God, Fonz Dahlberg.
It was good.
Fonzie, behave yourself. Absolutely ridiculous on the down the line. Meanwhile, I'm well aware, scoreboard having some issues on the live screen or the live streaming of the scoreboard. Our scoreboard is correct, folks. 3-1 Virginia. And doubles point to Kentucky. Straight set wins at 1, 4, and 5 for the Hoos. Third set matches left on courts 2, 3, and 6. And I believe 3 is out of the chair, Westhoff. So let's put 6 in the big screen, 2 and 3 on the side. Now we want to have everything on your screen at all times, particularly given those technical difficulties, for the scoreboard.
Is the court 2 scoreboard behind, or is it just the serving indicator is wrong and Ianni actually is up a break? Because he's serving and it says 2-1.
After this deciding point, we'll put it in the big screen, and I'll use my Hawkeye vision to look at afar.
Let's go.
Is irate about the call. Far sideline call confirmed, and you imagine there are now lines people sitting on those far sidelines, given we have only 3 matches left, so that call was confirmed, and I think that's our lines person right there. Call confirmed. It is indeed, by the way, we have confirmation. Ianni up a break here, 2-1.
Go, Josh, come on.
That's a hold.
Yeah, you're wrong. It's 3-2 on serve.
Yeah.
Or it's 4-1. Wait.
That does look like a... No, I can't see it.
I don't know if that's a 4-1 lead for Ianni or a 3-2 lead. Either way, Alafi Ianni is the front runner right now. As Kosnay's up a break, Ianni's up a break. Chris, I'm really happy we didn't write off this Kentucky team, because right now they have the big mo. And it is 3-2. 3-2 in that set for Ianni, so he is not up a break. It is on serve 3-2, scoreboard down. Let's go to court number 6 back in our big screen. We know that scoreboard's rocking and rolling. Again, the freshman Mons Dahlberg. And on fellow freshman Charlotte Kosnay. who did not face off against one another. Between two teams. Yeah, just wide. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure that scoreboard on 3's behind as well, right? Because Lapadot broke to capture the second set.
He did.
So he must have served first. In fact, we do have the update.
All the scoreboards.
A little bit down right now, except for 6. 6 is firing.
Yeah.
And right now, Montez, excuse me, serving down 2-3, but on serve in that third set. Just wide from Dahlberg off the net cord, so it's game point chances. Kosnay to extend his lead here in the third. It does look like it was a Jeffrey van der Schulenberg hold for 1-all.
With the hold for 3-1.
And now all of our scoreboards are working here on our screen. So again, we implore all of you, don't look at that live scoring online. This is the place to turn to. All of our play scores now accurate and up to date. It's the freshman Kosnay of Kentucky up a break here at 6. On serve 3, 2-on-2. Can we put 2 at the big screen? Haven't spent a ton of time with Montez and Ianni. The match won by Iñaki Montez in straight sets during the regular season, 4 and 6. Obviously a fun contrast of styles, the relentless aggression of an Olafi Ianni and the speed. He's not defensive, but again, he does try to beat you to the spot, I suppose. That's how he executes his aggression.
And what makes playing Ianni so tough is he's just so unpredictable. He's the guy you watch and you go, no, 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 oh, good shot. But he will totally hit the ball is not the high percentage ball and make it. You just don't know where he's going. And Montez is probably the best anticipator there is out there. He knows where every ball is going.
So now we are firing on all cylinders. 3-all here on court number 2 after the Iñaki Montez hold. Still the break lead for Kosnay on 6. Let's hold here on 2. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris. Winner of this match gonna face Texas. NCAA Final 4. Meanwhile, coming up at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have the start of TCU Michigan. That match on courts 1 through 6 here at the USTA National Campus. obviously, at some point. We'll have Ohio State, Georgia here today on courts 7 through 12 as well. Ooh, let's go to court. No, we missed the deciding point. That's on me, folks. I apologize.
Just missed that. I didn't see it. Did Lapidot hold? He did indeed.
2-1 now, and I believe they've got the online scoreboard now working as well.
Let's go, UK!
Indeed they do. Time-honored tradition of missing a shot you should have made, and you ask the umpire, are you sure it was out? Because it had to be your fault, not mine.
Cosnea spot here to really take command if he can find another. If he can find a double break lead, certainly,
Played so aggressively.
certainly they're feeling good about that. Gosh. Man, he's so athletic.
Okay, but my counter is,
Montez just gets everything.
I don't know how one slides that great a distance on hard courts without tearing everything in the groin. Like, the hip should be on the court. Like, that's your, dude, your pelvic bone's on the court. Like, we had a Kevin Ware incident on 2 where just the bone popped out there.
I think the counter is when you try to slide and don't. That's when you tear the groin.
Yeah,
The sliding allows it to not tear.
Okay.
You'll find these things out in
Yeah.
about
No,
5 years.
Please, I could never slide. Have you met me?
Going on here on Connor Schulenberg needs no rest at all.
No,
He was out taking practice swings at the baseline while Lapidot was in the chair drinking. I thought maybe there had been a medical or something just because of the way he was out there warming up. Shadow swinging, if you will. Goal from Loff. And he's still on serve, but 4-3.
Yeah, so let's go to court number 3. It's our only place not in a changeover. Again, I've tried to be a little more 2-6 focused here, just because I feel like we haven't spent as much time. We got a full ending of the set here.
Yeah, these other two, and it does sort of seem like the order of finish, and depending on who wins, if they all do finish, is going to be court 2, then court 6, then court 3. So it's all on Iemi. Wow.
I mean, that slow roller. If you're Lapidot, you have to see it coming now. He's hit that like 4 straight. That on-the-run forehand pass is going cross-court short angled. That's what I choose as well. Now, it doesn't look that good, but it's a fun play. It is, again, the tennis crossover, the closest we get. A lot of legs in that serve from Von der Schulenberg, huh? By the way, you see the huge hold up from Dahlberg to keep it that single break deficit at 6. 3-1 overall. Virginia needs one of these 3 final matches. Kentucky needs them all.
Come on! Come on! Let's go! Yeah!
Breaking a string there. Heads to the bench and grabs a new racket. Andre Schulenberg will have 3 game points on his serve. Said if they probably finish first, he has to win to keep the match alive.
Go, 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 go.
First point, his attempt to get up.
And it is a hold. So 2 all. Here on court number 3. Max Graskin, Chris Helioris here. Let's put court 2 back on our big screen. It's a wow.
30 for Ian.
Goes a little long there. Had the chance to talk with Olafi Ayeni for our Cracked Interviews podcast about 3 weeks ago. Following that SEC tournament run, he talked about rally tolerance, extending things from the baseline, being a bit more patient before using his athleticism to make that charge forward. That has been the focus in his final season of college tennis. Certainly paid some dividends on that last point. Some, not all, because he obviously lost the point, but that he wasn't capable of that tennis, I would say, even 2 years ago.
Sneaking in.
Yeah, I love it.
No respect for that second serve.
The brilliant play. And now it's break point chances for Olafi Ayeni.
He was to back that up. He's got the athleticism to chase it down. He's got the length. Quietly snuck in on that second serve.
That's an interesting shot choice.
Wow.
Not the one I make, as once again, Olafi Ayeni coming through clutch for the Cats. He will now serve for point number 2. I have a dear friend, former producer here at Cracked Racquets, the man who comes up with the track you hear in our weight screen, super producer Max Fligner. He calls it the curse of 6-1.
Kosnay missed that overhead for 30-40.
Oh no!
Ayeni.
Now we're missing the easy ones, the bunnies. And so let's quickly go to 6, as it is break points for Dahlberg. Second serve coming here for the freshman Charles Kosnay. He had a chance at 4-1. Oh, he's there. Oh my God, the splits. Again, it definitely going to take some skin off the tuchus as well.
And that's the first thing I think, because in college tennis, if you're bleeding, it's a timeout. So if you slide, catch that knee, and you got a little blood all of a sudden, Kosnay gets, 10 minutes to think about that deuce serve.
Oh, he dropped the dump that on, didn't he? On the court there. The splits.
Dahlberg is a gamer. He might scratch me up on the way back to the baseline. Oh, I'm bleeding.
No blood, no foul. It's a break back for Dahlberg. The effort saying it all. Let's go back to court 2. Olafi Ayeni serving for the match, but Montez, as expected, he will never roll over. Overruled.
And they're asking for a count. We're going to find out if it was 3 or not because it was 15-30. The point makes it 30 all. So if it's a third overrule, it'll be 40-30 INE.
And that's the conversation. And he put up his fingers to say that's 3.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Laf was
He was
holding the
very
number.
adamant. That is a third overrule. Iñaki Montez is going to plead his case. But once a decision is made, it's made. Third overrule means from 15-30, we have match points, Alafi INE. Oh my goodness. Wow. Third overrule leads to the match point, and the INE serve gets it done. 6-3 in the third. Alafia INE puts a second point on the board, so now we've got 2 matches remaining.
Kosnay right back on the charge after getting broken for 3 all. He's got a love 30 lead in the Dahlberg service game here.
And now,
oh, I think Kosnay was just overruled.
Can we get a number count? Keep us updated, folks. It looks like it's just 1. No, not overruled.
Oh, it's not overruled. Maybe he was just pleading his case to Dahlberg.
Absolutely, as it is 3-2 on serve. Third set on court number 3.
Kosnay asking for some noise.
Absolutely, break point chances right back here for the freshman, Charles Kosnay.
How can you not love that backhand?
It's the overhead winner. Break back for Kosnay. 4-3 on the turn. Let's go to court number 3. Again, we've got 2 matches remaining. Courts number 3 and 6, our final 2 matches. And Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. How did we get here? Virginia, after dropping the doubles point, took 4 first sets in singles. They got straight set wins from Kiefer at 5, Rodesh at 1, Getz at 4. Alafi INE with a 3-set win at 2 to make it 2-3 on the scoreboard. And Von der Schulenburg just quickly had 2 break points at 4 all in the second set. Lapadat held to force and then broke to force a third. I apologize. Please, Chris Halioris.
Well, Von der Schulenburg was up a break in the second at one point, was he not? I think it prior to that quarter. I thought
it's been a really good match.
Yeah.
It's very, very possible.
It was looking very bleak for Kentucky.
And honestly, if you're doing the match calculus at home, following that passing shot from Lapadat, it should come down to this court. Let's bring 6 back on our screen. Let's go to the split screen. But Lapadat and Von der Schulenburg, both juniors, the 2 winningest players in singles this season for their teams respectively. Goes long and love the continued aggression from Lapadat. Absolutely love it. Meanwhile, there's going to be a lot of chat about that call, the overrule from Montez on that second serve. My 2 cents on it, Chris, obviously automated line calling, the way we're going to get ourselves out of all of this in the future. But B, until you've sat in that chair as a chair umpire and had to watch a 115-mile-per-hour serve on a near sideline and been forced to make a split-second judgment, don't be criticizing those chair umpires. That is the most difficult job in tennis.
Right. And, I mean, let's be clear. If you've got two overrules, the benefit of the doubt goes the other way.
For sure.
Just cannot call those balls out.
For sure. Dahlberg takes the point. I don't know how he escaped that.
I feel like every service game in this Lapidot Minor Schulenburg match goes 30 all.
It'd be weirder if Dahlberg didn't break back here. I need drama. I need all of it. Give me 2 third-set breakers. Break points, Dahlberg. I wonder if he's going to ask his sideline for some noise.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be as...
And a deciding point on 3. Just give me the break point graphic, please. It's a massive moment here. Let's go. Oh no, it's airmailed. The overhead is airmailed.
All breaks on court 6.
4 all. Overall, we trade breaks. Meanwhile, I apologize. I wasn't looking left side of the screen. It is a break for Lapidot. 4-2 Kentucky on court number 3. We have ourselves a match. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. Winner of this will face Texas in the Final Four.
Start to wonder that not before 12:30. The other teams, the next sets are surely warming up on the other courts. I think we were told when we were out on court the past couple days that they would give them 15 to 30 minutes.
Sure. Well, the problem is right now is they're playing the individuals on the Team USA court, so there's just not as much room to warm up.
So they may need a full 45 minutes.
Or even a full hour. We'll see.
TCU, Michigan, no problem. They should be able to get going at 12:30. Those courts empty. Ohio State, Georgia will be after this match. We'll also try to get you an update on the court 1 situation. I think they were going to work to get that ready, so hopefully they'll have that court back in action for us. That would be an interesting twist, though, if we had a court unavailable. And it's court 1. I don't think that's going to be the case, but let's just say it was. What do you not play 1, or does everybody slide down 1 and 6 doesn't come on?
We worry about it in 30 minutes. Yeah, that's what we call a later problem.
I'm pretty sure you have to start 1 through 5, so I think 1 through 5 would play on courts 2 through 6 if that were the case.
Meanwhile, look at this from freshman Mons Dahlberg. He's been down a break pretty much the entirety of this third set. Now a point away, a game away.
Yeah, Kosnay was just a point away from 4-1.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. And that is 100% a lack of confidence in his overhead. That overhead has abandoned him in the third set. And look, I know we're very focused on 6 right now. Lapadat's doing his thing.
It's already all there, though.
No, he's not going to roll over. Again, von der Schulenburg, Lapadat, both juniors, the 2 winningest players this season for Kentucky, Virginia. A great contrast of styles as well. But Kosnay goes long, so Dahlberg's up 5-4, will go full to 3. The Doc won't go away. He's got break point chances. Meanwhile, of course, Westhoff, as soon as you see them out of the chair on 6, you bring that back in our life. We don't want to miss a single point of that Kosnay 4-5 service game. It's a break point chance here for von der Schulenburg. Dahlberg. Kosnay out of the chair again. It's the freshman. Charlotte Kosnay serving to keep Kentucky alive.
Gotta be some shaky knees for him now. He's
No,
been up
for
a
sure.
break the entire third set.
And on the other end, Lapadat's just... He's Lapadatting. I don't know how else to describe it.
But he's now facing breaks. Now a deciding point for Lapadat.
First point to Dahlberg. Kosnay's going to keep pressing forward, but if you're popping up first volleys like that, Chris, it's just not going to work at this level.
No.
As we'll go full screen to 6. Got the break back.
Did get the break back. They're back on serve.
Again, would have been weirder if it was different. If it was just a 5-2 Lapadat lead. That's too ordinary.
Here the freshman Kosnay had the break lead, gave it back, got it back again, gave it back again. And then Dahlberg finally held.
Yeah, it's crazy to think we're on serve here in the third, but it is technically on serve.
Yeah.
Question is, again, how do those first strikes of Kosnay look? The pressure of this moment.
Big
Beautiful.
Kosnay.
Absolutely beautiful. So now we go back to the split screen, 30-15 for Kosnay. Van der Schulenberg did just break back on a deuce point, and did that forehand pass land good? I don't think it. I thought it did.
Really? Didn't see much of a reaction from Van der Schulenberg is the only reason I thought that.
Yeah.
It did.
My reading of the parabola there is just a little better than yours, Chris. I saw that slope.
Sending you back to school.
Yeah. Credit to Kosnay. He's come forward on 3 of 4 points. 2-point chances now. Extend things to 5-all.
He's been doing it the whole match, so it's not like it's new now.
We're
But
getting
this-
2 third set breakers. I can just feel it.
That ball's deep and will be 5-all. But this is exactly what Coach Gordon told me about them going back and looking at the footage of the South Carolina match and said, look, in every one of those matches, the person that was more aggressive won. And we watched all of that film with the guys. And that's why, I mean, that's one of the reasons where you see he's not going to sit at the baseline and be passed.
Chances for Van der Schulenberg.
I'm not going to repeat my pick here,
Okay.
but when you did ask me to make my picks and the clinch, I believe I called the Van der Schulenberg Lapadat match to be the clincher in a 4-3 match. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here.
I think we recorded that show yesterday. I couldn't have told you which pick it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ball from Van der Schulenberg, and they're back level at 4-all. Look, it's been nothing but breaks on court 6, so why not get close again?
Yeah, absolutely. Is the C15-all now for Dahlberg. 5-all on 6, 4-all on 3. Kentucky needs both of these matches. If they do so, they'll advance to a second consecutive Final Four. A date with Texas, same for Virginia. They need just one. If they win it, they'll be back in the Final Four. Of course, Virginia, your reigning NCAA champions. Little aggression from Dahlberg, huh?
He's got a forehand too. As good and fun as the split screen is, if we end up with 2 third set breakers, I'll be happier if they're not at the same time.
Yeah.
As much
Fair.
as I love the split screen, I'd rather see them one at a time.
Sir, you're telling me in 10 minutes we have the start of Michigan TCU.
Yeah.
What do we do with that match? Yeah.
I'll tell you what I do. I turn the mic over to somebody else
Yeah. True.
and maybe go get us lunch.
Yeah. That's why we love you, Professor. But let's be honest, I'm too nervous to eat today. That's just not going to happen. 30-all on court number 6.
I'm going to just mark it up. Every Lapidot von der Schulenburg game goes 30-all.
Oh. Let cord.
Did it go longer?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know. Dalton,
I think he landed it.
yeah, he doesn't look upset. I think that was good.
What a great! It's a perfect summary. He doesn't look upset. That means he did land it.
Yeah.
So 40-30, the body language doctor. I'll add it to his intro. Chris Halliors seeing it is indeed game points. 68 points apiece. That's a fun play site stat between Lapidot and von der Schulenburg.
Come on.
Dahlberg holds for 6-5. Let's go full of 3. Jeffrey von der Schulenburg, 15-40. He can break to serve for the match. Wouldn't that be something?
I know this isn't going to shock you because I am the numbers guy, but
Oh my goodness.
Somehow that math doesn't add up.
Yes.
68 points apiece is 136 points in 30 games. That's barely over 4.5 points a game.
I'm going to trust you. I'm going to go ahead and just defer to you on this one.
4.5 points a game. That means they're holding like 40-love, 40-15 every time, and that is not the case.
Are you saying our scoreboards are malfunctioning today, Chris? That's never happened. Point still for von der Schulenburg.
What a volley from Lapidot.
He knew the short angle was coming. Jeffrey von der Schulenburg has hit that forehand short angle cross-court pass at least 12 times in the last 6 games. That is his go-to on that wing. Makes sense, by the way, because he's trying to dip it to that lefty low backhand volley of Lapidot. A little easier, or excuse me, a little more difficult than on the forehand wing, but deciding point coming up on 3. Lapidot holds. Absolutely ridiculous.
Kosnay, the first point of that game, got another overhead that I thought he missed. He didn't, but now 15-all here. Boy, that was a very tentative second serve, and Dahlberg just airmailed it. He wants that back for sure. Tight as that second serve was, I might take a little off the first to make sure I land it here if I'm Kosnay. Oh, he does, and he still doesn't land it.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Absolutely perfect from Charles Kosnay.
And he's a showman. He loves to play it up.
If you hit a volley that good, you should play it up. That's what these NCAA quarterfinals, excuse me, are all about game point chances here for Kosnay. If they're out of the chair on 3, Westhoff, bring us back to a split screen. Wander Schulenberg serving to stay alive in the match. 4-5, just had breakpoint chances for 5-4. We've been here before. Remember that second set?
Yep. We'll play a breaker.
Yes, we
On
will.
6.
Third set breaker. Coming up on court number 6, 2 freshmen. Charles Kosnay. We're all on the season. The freshman from France.
French wasn't wrong.
Yeah, but he's not a. Oh, he is
He's a
Frenchman.
Frenchman.
But it
Yeah.
sounded like I'm missaying freshman.
Frenchman.
I'm saying freshman with something in my mouth. Yeah. The freshman Frenchman, 12-10 overall in the year. The freshman Dahlberg, 14-5. Throw those records out now.
Getting a little words.
Oh, it's a rowdy Virginia crowd. Very, very rowdy.
Telling me that we know where our who's are at.
There's some who's in the house. Who. But honestly, so is Big Blue Nation.
Early mini break lead for Kosnay in the break.
Just a quick update, I apologize, Chris. As you see, Wander Schulenberg hold for 5-all. Will go full on 6. Kentucky fans warned. Excuse me, not Virginia. Kentucky fans warned for some
Language.
It wasn't profane, but it was less than ideal, we'll say.
Yeah. Sure, all of you watching have probably been to a match and know the rules. The general rules are be positive and say things in support of your team. Nothing directed to the opposing player or certainly anything negative in anyone's direction.
Dahlberg gets the mini break back for 1-2. Obviously coming up in 2 minutes, the start of TCU Michigan. We're going to ask for some patience from all of you college tennis fans. We'll get there in a moment. Cannot turn away from this. 3-2 Virginia. Third set breaker, 2 freshmen. Maybe deciding who goes to the NCAA semifinals. You love to see it.
Early Kosnay mini break gone. Now 2-all Dahlberg serving. Kosnay's had great success with the kicker out to the Dahlberg backhand here in the ad court. I see no reason. I don't even care if he knows it's coming. That's where he's got to be going.
And it's not even the kick wide. It's just to open up the lane of attack for that first strike. He's been so insistent in following that first strike to the net. And that pressure he's put on Dahlberg has paid dividends thus far. Well, first of all, he hits his down-the-line backhander ridiculously, but just didn't open up enough space on that first forehand. Was at neutral there, and so it's Dahlberg with the mini break lead. If we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can you get me a third screen going as well, just for when we do have these sorts of moments, just so we have Michigan TCU. I know it's officially underway. So you don't want to miss any of that. Want to miss, excuse me, as little of that match as possible. Yeah, you see players walking out on court. There it is. TCU Michigan ready to get underway. Don't believe we've had our first game of action yet. Obviously, as soon as we do. Yeah.
Got to put Kazne in the big screen.
No. We're going to wipe it. I just wanted to show everyone that we're going to have it here for you all in the moment. We're going back full to 6. That's the luxury of the changeover, Chris.
Yeah, Dahlberg here. I tell you, I think Dahlberg's found that he knows Kazne at this point likes that down-the-line backhand, but he's forcing the errors off the forehand. Kazne is starting to spray that forehand. I think that's where he's going to go for the errors. Oh, this time he sprays the backhand down the line.
Uh-oh. For the first time, maybe all match, Mons Dahlberg has a comfortable, not comfortable, but a lead. 5-2 double mini break. Well, here's the thing. This match is on his racket.
It is.
2 serves, 2 points away.
Trep just walks out and says, just serve it out.
Says, give me the racket.
That's all I got for you.
Here we go. Match points. For freshman Mons Dahlberg. Send the University of Virginia to another NCAA semifinal. That's how you fight off a match point.
That forehand did not look like the others.
Still 3 more here for Dahlberg, including one he'll have on serve.
If it gets there, yes. He's got to come up big here with the serves.
Oh no, it's the overhead that goes long again. And so Mons Dahlberg sends Virginia back to the NCAA semifinals. I've called it the decade of the Who's. 5 of the last 10 national championships, going to the University of Virginia men. They've got a shot at a 6th still alive. 4-2 Virginia. Dahlberg 3-6, 6-4, 7-6 on 6 to provide the clinch. What a fantastic battle, Chris. Kentucky, from 4 first sets down, 3-1 deficit. They almost came back. As we take you to Michigan TCU for the start of doubles, Chris, your final thoughts on our first round of quarterfinals.
I mean, Virginia, obviously, great start in singles. Looked like they were actually just going to run away with 4 straight set wins. Lapadat fought back. Great fight from Kentucky, but in the end, just too big a hole to start. Had to rely on having to have all 3 of the remaining matches, which is a little too tough.
Absolutely, and so it's the Who's 4-2. They'll face top seeds Texas NCAA semifinal, that match coming up tomorrow. Meanwhile, we're going to swap out Chris Halioris here in our broadcast booth. We'll have him back for the start of singles and perhaps our second match as well. But we're going to make a fun change here as we work in the start of our second round of quarterfinals. And as you see, second-seeded TCU taking on 7th-seeded Michigan. This is a matchup, a rematch of a match that last year saw the Wolverines go to TCU, to Fort Worth, knock off the Horned Frogs. But of course, this year the Horned Frogs, national indoor champions. They're back-to-back national indoor champions following their victories on courts, in 2022, now here in 2023 as well. Perhaps most importantly, if you're a TCU fan, you get to see Luke Fumba on your screen. Fumba, the 5th year, finally healthy. See the game points here for Fumba. I see, again, blurry screen here for us. Should still be good on all of your ends. Yeah, it still looks good on the YouTube feed. That's what I like to see. But you see the Fumba Fernley hold here on court number 1. Fumba Fernley, one of the top teams, doubles teams in the country, number 2 overall, taking on number 7, Gavin Young and Andrew Fenty. It's a fun battle on 1. It's a fun battle everywhere. And joining us now in the booth to help analyze all of the action is a man who certainly knows a thing or two about success, not just more broadly in the college tennis universe, but of course here in Orlando specifically as well. And look, the last time we had an event on this national campus, this man's team captured the 2021 men's D1 title, of course. Now you know him as, dare I say, a Crack Racquets contributor, founder of College Tennis Crash Course, the former associate head coach of the University of Florida men's tennis team. Welcome into our booth, Coach Tanner Stump. Coach, how are you doing today? What'd you think of those first 2 matches?
Doing great. It's always good to be here this time of year just to see the level of tennis, and then that match that just finished didn't disappoint. Certainly came down to the end, and I thought that a lot of swings as you see this time of year and a lot of adjustments I think that were made by the coaches. Credit to the team last night and overcome a loss by this point. Just have a heck of a start today and finish it off there at the end.
And that is what makes this such a special sport, right? You get those moments, you feel the pressure for Mons Dahlberg, the freshman, to come through. The hubris of his summer, you imagine, he has moving forward, right? You can't fake the impact of these sorts of results. But of course, now we do get to turn the page. We get to focus on the action, our second set of quarterfinals, and let's just start here. I'll keep it basic. Number 2 TCU versus number 7 Michigan. Let's start with the doubles portion of things. Who's it more important to? And again, which way are you leaning?
Yeah, I just think Yeah, I just think that with the uncertainty of Fumba and a little bit of that going on with TCU, that the doubles point's going to be really, really huge for them today. Lucky for them, they have, in my opinion, the best doubles point that they've shown throughout the year, only dropping 2 doubles points the whole season. And so they have their full lineup back today, it looks like, in there, and they'll have a really good shot. But Michigan, as I was looking into their results as well, they made a switch about 10 matches ago, and they switched up their 2 and 3 pairings, and since then they've been 9-1, and so I think they have found a formula that really works for them. So I think we're going to expect a pretty tight doubles point here. Fenty and Young, they're 10-0 in their last 10. They've been there all year. They're a stable team, and then 2 and 3, both teams are really well. But man, I look at the 3 doubles team for TCU, and what a luxury to have Jong and Maxted down there, team that made the finals of Fall Nats, And Louis been ranked top 5 with 2 different partners in the last 2 years. So to have a guy like that running around at 3, but you look at Styler across the net, and we all know what he can do. So, I mean, for this to be a 3 doubles match, I think we're going to see an insanely high level of doubles there.
Absolutely. And see the drop volley from Gavin Young. It's a Michigan hold 4-1 all. Again, Fernley, Fumba, one of the top 5 teams in the nation. And on number 7, Fenty, Andy Young. Let's go over to court number 2. Continue our introductions here. 1 all on court 1. Of course, at that number 2 spot, you mentioned it, the relatively new pairing here. I know it's a changeover, but Pat Maloney, Aaron Schneider. This was a late season switch for the Wolverines, and they love the energy of Maloney anywhere. You put it with the steadiness of the lefty, Aaron Schneider, taking on a player, taking on a former junior Wimbledon champion, a guy who on Twitter, TCU referred to as the chosen one, which might be my favorite nickname in all the sport, in freshman Seb Gorsny. He and Pedro Vivez have been exceptional all year long. Any match notes on this one in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I think with Maloney and Styler together, you think, oh man, that's a fantastic team. I think they played some, and then they made a switch, and at some point, and with Maloney, just absolute firepower, looks for his forehand, finds it a lot of times. They've got some set plays that they work really well together, that designs him into the deuce corner. I think they're really good together. Vivez and Gorsny play a very different brand of doubles. They are a bit more handsy, I would say, and they both can get really close to the net and defend well up there. So it's going to be a contrast of styles here, and be interesting to see how it plays out with who comes out on top in the end.
If I check the emails for all 4 of these players, will there be a dear player? It's me, Tanner Stump, associate head coach of Florida.
Probably a large amount of these. Yeah. No, both with Gorsny and Viva, as we were recruiting both those guys, and TCU did a good job of getting them to come. But even Maloney from juniors, remember loving his game and just absolutely thought he was a great competitor, which he's turned into. So I'm sure they've all heard from me, whether they remember it or not. But that is typically the same teams are always butting heads, and so we were certainly in the mix with these guys.
Absolutely. Again, Vivez, the sophomore, Gorsny, the freshman, Aaron Schneider, junior, Maloney, the 5th year. Back-to-back quarterfinals for each of these teams. Michigan looking to reach just their 2nd semifinal in program history.
Yeah, and I'd say on this court, Vivez is the lightest server. He still serves well, but he goes about 3/4 on both serves, and so this is really a game to watch. The reason they're able to cover it up so well is because Gorsny gets so tight on the net and makes you feel like you have no room to hit. So this is definitely the one where you're going to see the most rallies, the most points, because the other servers that are on this court can certainly make the ball move.
To the down the line forehand there. Missed that one long.
Yeah, and on court 1, looks like there's a break point, and
so we'll go back to 1.
And even Michigan's getting riled up. They're getting fired up. They're pointing down the line. This is what they do so well. They capture momentum. As I don't have to tell you.
I've never seen Michigan play before. This is the first thing. It is Andrew Fenty here returning 2 game point break points on Jake Fernley.
A great second serve into the body there. I mean, that thing is finding him, and he almost made it. Almost found a way to shovel it over the net, but what a great spot. And that just shows you the experience of Jake there with being in this moment so many times, not being afraid to hit the right serve and be willing to go after it and miss it if needed. Let's see if he can do it again here.
I'd play the return.
I think I think go back and call that one in.
It was in. Yeah. Come on.
Here we go again. See if he changes his spot up. Wow.
Wait for the forehand. That is the bigger wing for Fenty, but the net cord sends that serve wide, so it's an opening break for the Wolverines on one, and they're roaring, they're sprinting. As Coach Stump alluded to, they're doing their thing on one. Let's go to 3. Yeah, just...
Ooh. Speed change.
Yeah, that's it's a nervous return.
Yeah, I caught that
Jacob
one, just
Bicker.
the hair out in front there.
Yeah.
But I think that's more on the other side of the net of probably what he saw on previous serves, and then he mixed it up and did a good job of giving him a different look.
Now I get to say Chris Halioris' favorite sentence. I could have done that. Yeah. So now it is the 4th year, but final year on the job for Andre Styler, serving on the near side. He's partnered with Bickerstaff, the junior at the net.
Yeah, I'd appeal to the far sideline on that one too. Nobody can see that.
Yeah, I was gonna say too fast, right? It's like, it's a guess.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see. You can tell these teams have seen each other play before, because for them to move on a second serve like that on Beavis's forehand, they know that he likes to pull it cross court, and his favorite isn't to redirect on the line. And not that they're going to get away with that the whole match, but just to show him different looks like that, you can tell that Michigan's done their homework and watched a little bit of film or gotten some thoughts from other coaches before this match. We're going to see on one if they can solidify the break or not. You know, that's the hardest game to hold, is right after you break. And also just the first time serving here for this team. I can't quite see who's serving. I imagine it's Fenty. But just, you know, your first service game you just broke, and always a challenge to hold after that.
We have seen in every match, the first 30 minutes has just been bad tennis. Like, it's just been sloppy, nervous, and
Yep.
as a coach, you expect that, right? Going into an NCAA quarterfinal.
100%. It's just, can you get better as you go?
Yeah,
you know, and can you keep it close enough? Let's say the other team is releasing. When we played Baylor in the finals last time that we were here, they came out of the gates just absolutely crushing the ball, and it wasn't that our guys did anything wrong, but they released under pressure and we didn't, and they got enough of a head start where we couldn't close the gap.
I remember watching Connie Franzen just like blitzing for him.
Yeah, him, Finn Bass.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys were just unloading on the ball,
Yeah.
and we hadn't seen anything like that all year.
Mm. Meanwhile, you see breakpoint chances on 2 for TCU.
Good move.
It's a much better volley from Jacob Bickerstaff. He's going to be the key in this doubles. That's been the piece I know this Michigan team, Styler, Bickerstaff, have been working on so adamantly down the home stretch. Let's go to 2 for those break points.
Oof. I mean,
That's why he's the chosen.
Oof.
Oh, he missed
Missed
it.
it long, but that just shows you Gorsley's skills. I mean, to be able to put both those overheads back in play, my goodness, that is some skill.
And he's at 2 doubles.
I fully expected that forehand to drop. But yeah, he's at 2 dubs. I mean, all of these teams can play.
Meanwhile, I like the fashion choice, the sun hat for Benjamin Becker. It's a bold choice.
Hey man, when you get to Orlando, you gotta protect the skin first.
And that's the big thing as well. This is Texas heat. Michiganders don't play in this unless it's late August.
That's true, and we'll see if that comes into play today. Also with our other matchup between Georgia and Ohio State, just the humidity out there is crazy. There you go. Extended another point, got the break.
And so let's go over to court number 1. See if the Wolverines can consolidate, or it looks like they may have consolidated
Yeah,
on
just
1.
did.
Indeed they did. So let's go to 3. We'll do a double do-si-do here. By the way, you mentioned Georgia, Ohio State. I believe that match starting at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern time. 3rd-seeded Buckeyes working on the 6th-seeded Georgia Bulldogs. Again, Alex Gruskin and her stump here. This is Sander Jung, a man they call the landlord at TCU. You come to his court, you pay rent.
And this is a huge game, just in the scope of the doubles point, because you've got a break in each team's pocket on the other courts, and so this game, if they were to go down, you're starting to look at staring down the barrel if you're TCU, and Michigan could ride that wave of momentum. So some really important moments here on court 3.
And Bickersteth's poaching? That's new.
He's feeling it. Did you teach him that?
No, again, I've never seen them play before, but I'm pretty sure it's new. That's excellent stuff from Jacob Bickersteth.
Yeah, and honestly a bit passive from Louis there. You know, he's got to be willing to do more, and that is his natural skill set, is to create havoc up there at the net. So he's just got to be willing to do a little bit more here to help his partner hold serve. I mean, finally gets involved, but and he tells himself afterwards, he can't believe that he let those first 2 balls pass. Jong did a good enough job of just keeping him in play, and honestly, Michigan should have moved there when that second ball got passed, and they would have had a ball in the middle of the court. But TCU survives to serve 15:30 here.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, it's official. 1:30 p.m. Eastern time start for Ohio State, Georgia.
Well, man, you get to really focus on this one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We
do.
We
yes,
get
we
to
do.
focus.
Great ball there. Good depth. Force the ball into the net. And I think with the Bickersteth forehand, you know, with time, he's pretty good. But if you rush it and press it, he got caught up a little bit in the court there. He's going to have some more issues. So if Jong can push that button, he's going to be an advantage in that rally.
I will say the one guy on Michigan I'm not concerned with fitness-wise is Jacob Bickersteth. He is ready for this heat.
You know, I saw him play quite a few years ago at National Clay Courts, which is the hottest tournament in the world probably, and he was making other people cramp.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
As it is going to be break points. Yeah, he was joking with me yesterday. He goes, can we play on clay? I'm fine with it. Let's do it.
Yep.
So it is break point chances for the Wolverines. A break here means they'll take break leads on 1 and 3. Right now it is TCU the break lead on 2. Michigan the break lead on 1. Break points chance. It's going to Styler on the ad side.
You think they'll give Styler another look here, or is Jacob the more lock?
I don't think Bickersteth even asks. He just says,
it didn't
we're
look
going
like
to
there
Sty.
was much discussion.
Yeah, it's just like we go to Sty.
It looked like, hey, I got 1 rep. I'm ready to take the next. It's always interesting for me to see if they go back to the same spot where they were just able to get an error or not. Wow.
Canned line gets the job done.
Wow.
It was a service spot too, right? He kind of jammed
Yeah,
up.
I got to say that definitely wasn't on purpose by Styler. I mean, to hit a service line with a backhand off the first serve in the alley, that's fortunate, and he probably was going line just because he was squeezed into the body with the serve. But yeah, that was a little fortunate, but that's what clutch players do. They find a way to put the ball on the court when it matters.
But see, this is why we had to have you here, because I thought that was skill. And this is the eyes that you have that we just don't. Myself, Chris Halliors, and again, Tanner Stump here, our associate head coach, Florida Gators, now, of course, founder of the College Tennis Crash Course website, newsletter. A lot of things. Yeah.
A lot of things.
I want to talk about those things a little later as you see the Styler assertive first volley, 4-15 love. Your TCU here at 3. Steadiness? Are you preaching steadiness?
At 3?
Yeah,
I think they're in a good position. I think that from what I've seen from Jong and Maxted so far, they're not super comfortable. So if I'm then, you know, a lot of body first serves. I mean, you do have some weight behind the serves, but and then there's a great kick, and that's what he's got. You know, that's his number 1 go-to. But they're just they look comfortable. They look more comfortable than the TCU team, and so anytime that happens, you know, you just carry on and keep playing high percentage tennis until the other team shows you that they're willing to do something about it.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, can we make a court switch to court 1? Love 30 trumps 30 love, and Andrew Fenty's in a little bit of trouble in his 3-2 service game. This heavy eye formation.
heavy I formation. Is that how
Well,
you-
as opposed to like TI formation.
So I call that Australian.
Okay. Okay.
So Australian is when the partners are kind of directly in front of each other.
That's heavy. Australians are heavy.
Sure.
right?
Yeah. Well,
I
I don't think I could agree with you on that one. But
Fair. Yeah, it's true. Late Hewitt as our tennis, anything but the workhorse.
yeah. No, I like that heavy I.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uppercase.
Uppercase. Good return.
Oh, no way
Wow.
did Fenty land that forehand.
Okay. Yeah, and this is where, I mean, they've won 10 in a row. You've got Famba and Fernley, who are certainly one of the better pairs in the country, but they just haven't had as many reps lately. And you just wonder if in these bigger moments, that bit of competitive sharpening is going to pay off for Michigan over the TCU pair.
Paul Staples, that was easy. 40-30 now. Yeah, easy button. You like it?
Wow,
Thank you.
I like that.
It was a delayed laugh, but I'll take it.
I think I need a few catchphrases. Just a great hold there from Maloney and Nino to keep things close and keep their team in it, not let TCU run away with it, and then a quick hold there on court 3 to extend to 5-2. So Michigan's looking pretty right now. As we know, things can change really fast, but they've had a really good start here. Very impressive.
Again, I can confirm 1:30 start for Georgia Ohio State. Meanwhile, it is a deciding point with all sorts of implications here on 1.
That was a bad miss by Gavin. Had that one set up. Great serve by Fenty. Here we go. This is what it comes down to right here. No heavy eye.
No heavy eye.
Going regular formation here. I imagine Andrew stays back. Good move. Wow. I mean, does it get better than that? Holy smokes.
Luke Fomba.
Those balls that Fernley handled through the middle there off the Fenty forehand, that is ridiculous. And that's just a well-coached team. You can tell they know what to sit on. If he's sitting on even 50-50 there, he's not making either of those balls. And Fenty just kept launching and launching and launching, and the ball just kept coming back. That is impressive.
So the break is back, and then a reminder, this duo, Fernley-Fomba, currently number 2 in the country. We haven't seen Luke Fomba on the near side. He's got a heavy brace on his left knee. It's not just like a K-tape or anything like that. It's the full-on deal.
Do you think there's any plan already, Gruskin, of if they're going to play Luke or not, or do you think they're waiting to see how it goes?
You know what's really sad, and I say this lovingly, and let the record show, I love Devin Bowen. Like, I love Devin Bowen. He's the nicest man in the world. He's been so kind to our Crack Rackets team, the associate head coach for TCU. I texted him. I said, for broadcasting purposes, can you tell me, is Fomba playing singles or not? And he goes, Starry, you're too close to the enemy. He's like, I'm not. You don't get to know. And so I asked to answer your question.
Hey,
but
good for him not ghosting you and giving it back, because I think most people in that situation just would have ghosted you.
100%. I respected it.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I said I love the man. I was
Yeah.
like, respect.
Yeah, you know, some teams, they come in with players like this and they're judging, hey, how healthy are they? Can they go? That's one thing. But also, if we win the doubles point, do we respond this way? If we lose the doubles point, do we respond a different way? So it'll be interesting to see if there's any form of strategy there from TCU. It looks like we've already got match points here on court 3. That happened fast.
And this is not the one you would have drawn up for Michigan either.
No, and I think it's just been a rough performance so far from the TCU pair. Styler and Bickerstaff have done their thing, but I think this is a little bit below what the standards of TCU's team is usually at.
Yeah, this duo was top 10 earlier in the year, and as you mentioned, Fall Mats finalists. Good first volley there from Jung.
Yeah, it looks like Fernley's in trouble on his serve again.
All 30 and
15-30 now, I think.
15-30 in. And you're absolutely right, though. TCU has the scouting report. They're going after the Fenty forehand, hacking Young's body at the net. Bickerstaff forehand on serve.
Yep, and we've got break points on 2. Good pickup. All right, all right. This is when it gets tricky. You know, if they can figure out a way to hold in this game and then Michigan's got to serve it out, you just had a great opportunity. You never know how that's going to play in.
So a big point here. And again, no discussion. It's going to the Styler side. If I had his forehand, I'd pick that too.
I mean, with the last backhand he hit as well, there's no arguing that.
Absolutely.
Now you better back up a step. Be ready for some heat here. Looks like you got to break back on court 2.
And on 1. No, break points on 1.
Yep.
But it's a match to Michigan on 3. Styler, Bickerstep, 6-2. Here come the Wolverines. We'll go to a split screen. And let's be honest, with the depth, as Michigan breaks for... Nope.
Yep.
Yeah, they did break for 4-3.
Yep, breaks everywhere on all 3 courts at the same time. And that's, again, just momentum, you know, and the doubles point is so much about that. So these first points in these next game are huge to just keep that momentum and not let the other team get a look. Gosh, Gorsny, it's so hard to get the ball past him.
Mm-hmm.
They need, I mean, he's a little bit taller too. I think if I was taking overheads, I'd probably start taking him the other direction.
100%. I will say this match, don't hit me, reminds me a lot of last year's 7-2 quarterfinal, where it just felt like with all the momentum Virginia had, they were the only team with the talent and the depth 1 through 6 to hang with your Florida Gators, and it just felt like that quarterfinal might produce a national champion. Now, again, with how good Texas is this year, context is a little different, but it feels similar. Michigan in the Virginia role, playing loose, playing free. TCU, much like you guys, as back-to-back national indoor champions this year, they will feel that pressure here today, right?
Yeah, well, thanks for bringing that up. Appreciate it. I thought part of the agreement of me coming on here is we wouldn't mention that.
First 30 minutes.
Oh, I didn't read the fine print.
Yeah.
No, you're so right. And I think it is a little different in just that I see a lot of depth on all these teams in terms of their maturity. You've got so many guys that have been in these moments before, and when you have that, you have a really good chance to be successful. So, you know, even in the Georgia match, you've got 5 fifth-year seniors in the doubles lineup. I mean, that's a luxury.
Hi, Tucker's go-to phrase, I have 25 years of experience in doubles. I've never been happier.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That's so true. And the extra COVID year has given coaches a lot of benefit in terms of, especially in doubles, where, you know, coming in, you maybe don't have as much understanding of how to play the game. And 5 years in, I mean, you know what you're doing, and you're pretty confident in it as well. Great serve, wow.
Of course, Aaron Schneider started the season on the DL. Injured. People watch baseball still, right? They know what the DL is.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Injured early in the season, has worked his way back, and as Tanner mentioned earlier, Michigan playing far better doubles with a healthy Aaron Schneider in the lineup.
And this is a lot more breaks or break chances on court 1 than I expected to see. I thought this would be a tiebreaker with all holds, and we've just seen a lot of erratic serving so far that's kind of opened the door for these returners.
Meanwhile, there's the Maloney fist pump and roar.
Got to be the best in college tennis.
Yeah, it's interesting what he does with the fist pump. The fist is perpendicular to the face. It's not the typical, or parallel, not perpendicular.
That's honestly the most analyzed fist pump
I know.
I've ever heard. I like,
and I've never seen Michigan play before.
That's just in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean, you figured it out. All right, so 15:40 on court 1 for a break back right away. Here we are talking about not consolidating the break, and man, it's just the pressure. You know, that's really what it does.
And so now a deuce point coming up on 2. You talk about not consolidating across the board now.
So we're back to 4-all on 1, back level, and then we could see TCU go up again 5-4 and be right back where we were before we had all those 3 breaks.
Exactly.
Except for court 3 is now finished.
We can just erase the last 5 minutes.
And, you know, this is the part of us not being at the broadcast. You wonder what it sounds like out there. I know from past years that Michigan is very loud, especially with their off-court guys or when their guys finish doubles. And so I'm sure they're getting the chants going and doing what they need to do to help their teams.
Second serve coming in. Interesting. It's Vivez, not Gorsny, taking the return.
That is interesting. I would have expected the other way. Oof. First serve.
Is it going to be a first serve?
They're going to ask for it. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Good call?
It's the right call.
Okay.
Yep. He was in his full motion, and I don't know who called it, when they called it, but if he stopped his motion because the ball was rolling in, I imagine the chair called it if they're on top of it. You see no argument from TCU either. Great serve.
Oh, Vivez almost lands that body forehand.
Great serve.
You like that spot as we go full to one?
Awesome spot. Take away the wide miss, go right into the body. Gives you a really good chance of getting your net guy involved. But to your point, Vivez almost found a way to
It looked
move
like it was
himself.
going to land.
Yeah, just total matrix move there.
Yeah, that
Slow-mo, get out of the way. But, you know, you saw Maloney squeeze in the middle. He was ready for anything that came through that area.
I love it. That was his Neo moment.
Yes.
Yeah, that's good.
Except he didn't make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In this scenario, you're Morpheus.
Right.
Yes, you're offering him the pills. It's 4-all, 15-all here. Again, earlier today, Virginia, Texas, advancing to the semifinals. Who's going to join them?
That's just the luxury of playing with a guy who's, I don't know how tall, 6'5", 6'6", 6'7", but his second serve's just as good as his first, and so you can be active at the net, pinch the middle, always stay aggressive. And this is definitely TCU's best game to kind of run through, so we'll see if they're able to get a quick hold.
Although has Fomba been broken twice? He was broken to start. No, and then Fernley was the second break.
Fernley.
You're right, yes.
I think Fernley got broken twice.
Twice, yeah. It's been 5 breaks total.
Yeah.
6.
Good math.
Yeah. Quick adjustment.
Great serve.
Forehand airmailed as we go back to the split screen. First point, Gorsny Vivez. It is Seth Gorsny.
And would you consider the Fenty forehand to be the stronger side in singles? Or would you consider backhand?
I'd say the backhand.
More solid, more steady,
Yeah.
flatter, can drive it through the court.
And it stays so low
Yep.
as well. And in doubles, that backhand return, just if it's low on your body, what are you going to do with the first volley?
Yep. Yeah, I feel like his forehand in dubs is he's just going to take a swing.
Yeah.
And if he connects, it's really good, but he doesn't connect as often on that side.
3 words, grip and rip.
Grip and rip.
Yeah.
That was your motto.
Yeah, no, I couldn't rip. I gripped. Yeah, there was no rippage.
First serve missed. We'll see if he goes aggressive after double faulting.
As you see that left knee brace, you wonder what it's doing on that serve.
Wow. There's the backhand you're talking about.
Yeah, it's...
But he just kept coming forwards. Just kept coming forwards. You know, it's going to be interesting to see if he plays singles because he comes to the net. I don't see really any gingerness there.
Sure.
And so, you know, I just wonder how he's feeling.
Oh.
Oh my
God.
Only Gorsny. Wow, what a point. What a point.
That's why he's the chosen one.
I honestly thought, the kind of player he is, I thought he was going to go around the net post at that angle. I would have fully expected that. What a point.
The tennis is laugh out loud exceptional. 30-all now on 2. As, by the way, that 5-4 lead for TCU on 1, that's their first lead of the match.
Wow.
Not the worst time for it to come.
Nope. Nope, but it might not matter. 2 points away here for Michigan.
Coach David Roditi
And the hat.
Yeah, and Coach Rodidi's hat, indeed.
I believe they thought he might have called it out, and then he changed his call or just confirmed that he called it in.
The second serve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the volley.
Oh, okay.
And so 40-30 here. Gosh, that was a great volley. It's, again, what he's expecting there at the net. He's leaning middle. He knows Maloney's just going to crush it, but he's ready for it, and he has the hands to be able to execute.
Mm-hmm.
The body language is so interesting. They don't look stressed, you know. They look like they've been here before, and I think hopefully their level just keeps getting better here as they keep settling into the moment.
I think two doubles has been the highest quality set thus far.
Yeah.
It's a great kick from Gorsny, 5-all.
Big point.
Now 30 love, so it looks like we'll have a couple of 5-alls. And again, two quick notes. Michigan, Styler, Bickerstaff, decisive win at the number 3 double spot. So Michigan just needs one of these two remaining sets. TCU going to need them both. Of course, the other thing I'd point out, 1:30 p.m. Eastern time start for our final men's quarterfinal, Ohio State, Georgia. So we'll have coverage for that here on our Crack Rackets YouTube channel.
And Famba, as he moved across there, just maybe showed a little bit of his limited movement, a ball that he's used to getting to, and just kind of fresh aired it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to follow that storyline as things head into singles later.
If I were a gambling man, my guess would be TCU takes doubles, no Famba.
Got it, to just protect him. And,
yeah.
You know, and that's the thing, you're trying to win it. You know, you're not just trying to win today, and that's certainly a big piece of this. But if you feel like you have a good shot without him, and maybe he's not quite there yet, give him another day, see if he can come back tomorrow better, or at least keep playing doubles. You know, because if you play singles today and TCU wins, and you don't get him for doubles, then you really have a hard time in the semifinals. So lots goes into that decision, and I'm sure TCU's spent a lot of time thinking about it and figuring out what the right thing to do is.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, you saw that inside-in backhand from Jake Fernley. He's playing great ball.
He is. Yeah. He's developed a lot. I know he struggled with injuries early in his career. Actually, in 2021, we played at their place, and it came down to him and Josh Guger. And my goodness, what a level at number 6 that was.
That was a 6 singles match?
Yeah, last one on, and I mean, Jake hit a spot where all of a sudden his forehand became just, I mean, indoors there, and Guger really didn't do much wrong.
Can we go full to 1 for a moment? It's become complicated. 40 love, now deuce. And I imagine they're going to go right back to that Fernley side, right?
You would think.
But after the double fault, they say, no, we'll make you make an ad side serve.
And that is the more comfortable corner for Fenty. Interesting with the backhand there. And so they must really believe in Luke here.
But a great body serve. More forehand than body, I suppose, but a first serve maybe more than anything, Tanner, gets the job for 5-all.
Yep. So important those big moments to make a first serve and to find your spot. I think that they expect Famba in those moments to sit on his backhand and hold that grip, and so that's probably why they went after the forehand instead.
Let's go full of one. What do you explain that? Hold the grip. I like because I think I know what you mean, but for those at home who don't, will you explain that?
Yeah, so when you're a returner and when you're being brought up as a junior tennis player, you basically have a grip that you sit with, and a lot of one-handers will sit with the one-handed backhand grip, which is different, obviously, than the forehand grip. And so when people serve to your backhand, they perceive it to be the weaker side, but you're sitting with that grip. So when they do go there, you can be strong with the shot. And sometimes people will play with it. They'll switch it. Kova is one of those,
sure,
where you watch him and it's like, well, sometimes he holds forehand and sometimes he holds backhand. And when we played him specifically, that was kind of the guy's job at the net, was to tell the partner, hey, look, he's been holding forehand or backhand, and so we're going to go the other way. Not that it always matters with Kova, because any shot that he touches, he can hit a winner on.
I just want you to know we all got smarter as tennis fans there, because that's genius. The net player sees the grip, and then he's signaling on the serve, hey, he's holding forehand grip. I feel so dumb for not realizing that earlier. I never applied that in my own tennis game.
I think you could have probably been #1 in college if you would have known that. That was the missing piece.
I've said for years, had I been developed by a Tanner Stump or a Josh Goffey or someone taking an interest in my game, I still would have never played. But God, would I have been a great teammate.
Another double fault there from Jake. You know, he's really having a hard time serving. I don't know if it's anything to do with the sun or the conditions out there, but typically just a really, really good server, and right now finding the net a lot with his second serve.
Just long from Gavin Young. That's also the scout on him. His forehand, a little hit or miss. So that wide serve will be the spot.
Also, obviously, just another very well-coached player with his dad. Exceptional human, but also just an exceptional tennis mind. And Gavin has really blossomed because of that leadership of Jeff.
Of course, Jeff Young, now head coach of Purdue men's tennis, formerly University of Minnesota head coach. Yeah, that Minnesota team was what? I want to say the Felix Corwin team was the round of 16, 2018. Yeah. Like
dangerous
that far. Yeah, I forget who was the two, but
Speck, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was. Speck. Yeah.
Yep. No, they made a great hire at Purdue in bringing him up there, and I know they had a tough year this year, but pretty much everybody's first year as a head coach at a new place is tough, and so I have no doubt that him and Felix now will get that going and get them competing in the Big Ten. TCU's holding their nerve here. I mean, not easy to do. Another miss.
Yeah, Gorsey is so tight to that net. Almost baits you into the line.
Yep, kind of like my strategy in pickleball.
Yeah, except for you're allowed in the kitchen in tennis.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I get in the kitchen in pickleball, I just don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Good hold. After that double fault, really got it going, got it together, made the Michigan guys play, and Fama cleaned up well at the net.
Absolutely. And so it'll be a breaker to decide things on 2, 6-5 TCU on 1. Again, Michigan takes the set at the number 3 double spot.
Interesting stat for you here, Gruskin. At 1 doubles, TCU is 8-2 in their last 10, and the 2 they've lost have been in breakers.
Really?
Yeah.
That is
which for that team, I would expect them to really thrive in breakers.
Sure.
So be interesting to see what occurs there and if they're able to maintain their level. Great return.
Meanwhile, Gorsney goes line. First mini break to TCU. They were up a break early here on court number 2. Michigan got it back for 4-all.
Almost looked like a miscommunication there. There was so much space down the line. Nobody was covering.
Gorsney serving on the far side. The lefty, Aaron Schneider, in the ad for Michigan. The righty, Maloney, on the deuce.
He does not look like a freshman, does he? No. So far. I thought that was going to be commentator's curse there. Yeah. He was going to flag that forehand long, but managed it, and that is the side I think that he's still learning to trust, but just did a really good job putting a good ball in play and forcing the air.
It's a lazy comparison given the first names, but the frame, the size, the fluidity, I think Seb Gorsney reminds me a lot of Seb Korda. It's just like how fluid both are, even how they load on the forehands.
Yeah. Yeah, Seb has the, well, Korda has the advantage of a lot more power, I would say.
Sure.
But certainly a live arm from Gorzny. Oof. Okay.
Call confirmed. I just
Yep.
don't think TCU saw it.
Got it.
Yeah, it was close.
There it is. Another double from TCU. They've had quite a few across the board in critical moments, and it's really, from what I can remember, been from that side. So again, I just wonder if there's some conditions at play here that we're not able to see from our current position.
You also mentioned the energy of this Michigan team. We didn't send. It's a technology thing. It doesn't matter why Tanner didn't hear it. Huge roar from Maloney after the double fault.
Of course.
Yeah.
Have to send a message.
Yeah, no love lost.
That's a great point. Great point on court one from Michigan there. So I believe we're back to 2-all here, with Michigan getting that mini break back on court 2.
Yeah, 2-all overall. That's a play site thing. They'll get that reset here quickly.
Ace from Gavin to hold into the tiebreak.
And a great first volley from Nino Ehrenschneider from Love 2 down. Now 3-2 Wolverines.
And a slight apology after that volley, so I think he might have framed that.
Yeah.
But right place, right time, close enough to the net. That's why you get close, is so that all of your volleys go and find the court.
Yeah. No, actually, he was apologizing for the Maloney cheer after the double play. He said, guys, that wasn't me.
Please don't blame me.
Don't hit your return at me, like I swear.
Wow, great return to start the tiebreak on court 1. That Gavin Young forehand you're talking about, I think he was ready for it because he just stretched and pinged that ball down the line.
No, and much like my former doubles partner, Max Rothman, would never tell me what grip my opponent was holding on. Maybe, there was a miscommunication there from Fernley Fomba as well. They saw something else.
And it's those little nuances that end up making the difference in these tighter doubles matches. Can you make enough slight tweaks with your plan and your play to get over the finish line? And so we're going to see those finishing adjustments here from both teams. Wow. 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 That is impressive. Great hands at the net from Michigan.
Love mini break lead to the Wolverines. Now, again, how much does it mean this early? We'll see.
With the quality of serving so far, I think we're going to see some movement back from the servers. They're not going to hold as easily unless they can lift their level of serving. But the match as a whole so far has been in favor of the returners, really.
Meanwhile, 4-3, 2 points TCU, 4 points Michigan. Oh, excuse me, 2 points TCU, 3 points Michigan, 2 points TCU. Very little rhythm right now on 2. Meanwhile, 3 Love, Fenty, and Young have found something.
Yeah, riding the wave of momentum there, playing some great points. Gavin didn't finish that first volley, but was ready when they hit at him. Very, very impressive start for the tiebreak.
And right now you hear the Go Blues roaring. There is plenty of Michigan energy right now. This is what Coach Steinberg prides his team on. They practice this in practice. It's this loud all the time.
Practice, 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 so you can put it into play.
Or at least so I've been told. Again, I've never seen them play.
Right, correct.
Yeah, but
You've heard things.
Yeah, exactly.
An easy point there at court 1 for TCU, much needed.
Heck of a volley from Maloney. That high backhand is not easy for 5-4.
Yeah, just had an aggressive mentality, and in these moments, as we saw in the Kentucky match a little bit, trying to be the aggressor in these big moments is usually the right play, and trying to force the issue on the opponent. So he was committed there.
Again, Wolverines with a 6-3 win from Bickersteth and Styler at 3. They just need one of these breakers. TCU needs them both.
Wow. Got away with a little bit there at 1. Good spot on the serve from Jake, and keep things close.
Aaron Schneider airmails that forehand.
Yeah, that wasn't a great second serve, honestly. And there's a lot there, but again, Pedro's trying to fake and make things happen up there, create chaos, and Nino just overplayed it.
Maloney finds the line.
Yeah, that's his shot.
Let's go full on 2 for the match point.
What a drop volley on court 1, right before we switched over to extend to the 4-2 lead as they switch sides.
Match point, and it looks like it's Patrick Maloney who has the serve.
That was wide. Definitely wide from what I could tell and see. And it looks
There's a long conversation.
Wow.
It's an overrule.
Wow.
So Michigan takes the doubles point.
I just feel like if I can see space on the broadcast, then, and from where we're sitting here, that was probably wide. That's a tough call to finish the doubles there.
You never want to see things end on an overrule. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, again, your look is as good as ours. Overrule gives the doubles point to Michigan. You're taking on the number 2 team in the country, the back-to-back national indoor champs. You got to get off to a hot start. One love, Michigan. Before we take a quick break, before the start of our doubles play at Ohio State, Georgia, Tanner Stump, your reaction to what we just saw.
Yeah, like I said, I think I expected the serving to be a little better, but that's nerves, that's conditions, things happen, and there were a lot of breaks, a lot of changes in lead. Michigan did a better job of getting better starts in the breakers. Even at 1, they were in a good position, and so it's going to be really interesting now to see what they do with Famba heading into singles, now being down 1-0. I think the advantage leans Michigan here, but we've got a lot of factors that come into play with the heat, with the tension. This is not a normal environment for Michigan, and I know that they've prepared for it as best they can, but we're going to see how it plays out over time and see if there's any issues there.
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, Michigan, 1-0 lead over TCU. We're going to take a 2-minute break, get ready for the resumption, or the start of play, I should say, at Ohio State, Georgia. Of course, we'll be back with Michigan TCU singles as well. Coach Stump, before I let you go, College Tennis Crash Course. Tell us about it. Everyone tuning in, what can they do to support what you're doing?
Basically, I'm in the space of coach education and consulting. So for any coaches out there, really at all levels, but mainly focused on the college tennis industry, if you're interested in gaining more insight into the tennis world, and whether that's recruiting, whether it's development, whether it's budgeting, scheduling, basically my goal is to try to equip coaches and make their job easier, and so that is why I created College Tennis Crash Course. So feel free to reach out to me. You can do so through my website, collegetenniscrashcourse.com, and I would love to hear from you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we loved having you on the broadcast, Coach. You won't be a stranger for things we're doing in Cracked Racquets in the future. Always a pleasure to get the chance to have you in the booth to get to pick your brain as well. And again, I only brought up the Florida-Virginia match once, so I think I stuck to the contractual obligations.
For you, that's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Not too shabby. But with that said, again, we're going to step away for a moment, make sure all of our cameras are set. It will be less than a 2-minute break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the start of Ohio State, Georgia, and the singles portion of Michigan TCU as our coverage rolls on. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I men's quarterfinals. We'll be back with more right after this. Welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I Men's Quarterfinals. Now, you'll notice it's Michigan TCU only on your screen. That's because they've delayed the start of Ohio State, Georgia just a wee bit longer. They're having some issues, again, with that surface on court number 1 on the far side, formerly known as court number 7 here at the USTA National Campus. That said, rest assured, I believe you hear a national anthem underway. That is indicative of the fact we will have doubles for you in a moment over there. Meanwhile, 1-love lead for Michigan. They get a win from Bickerstaff and Styler at 3, Maloney and Aaron Schneider at 2. The good news, or I don't know if this is good news, for what it's worth, for all of you college tennis fans at home, I know you hear my voice. We've actually made a switch here in the broadcast booth as well. Out goes associate head coach Tanner Stump. Back in comes our dear friend, the lean, mean, vegan machine, the professor, Chris Halioris. Chris, you got to watch those matches from the stands. Your reaction to that first hour of Michigan TCU?
I mean, first, it was great to just get out and walk the stands. There are a lot of people out there. I mean, that's what the atmosphere I expect for the evening matches here at Lake Nona, and the people are out in force on a weekday, which is great to see. And yeah, it was loud. It was very, I mean, obviously you expect that when you get any, Michigan in general. That's a lot of chanting on that team. I mean, everybody knows the team for that. They create noise, but there are a lot of noise coming from the stands, both sides, both TCU and Michigan. It's just a great atmosphere. It's fun to see.
Mm-hmm. So now we get to this singles action. And again, Westhoff, can we just go full screen here on 1? I anticipate we're going to have Ohio State, Georgia for you all in a moment. So we'll just focus in on one singles match here. And it's court number 1. This is going to be a fun one. 2 of the top 10 players in the country. Jake Fernley. Oh no, Fernley's fallen out of the top 10? That can't be true. Currently number 21. But he was in the top 10 for much of the early portions of the season. He's taken on number 8, Andre Styler. And yeah, there's only one word to use the racket speed of that word to describe, the racket speed of that Styler forehand. Special. Absolutely special as he holds 4-1 love. We'll take you over to court number 2. Obviously, as soon as we have doubles action, our producer Westhoff will put it up on your screen. Georgia, Ohio State about to get underway. And it looks like, again, in the meantime, we're going to head over to court number 2. And look at this.
Is Luke Famba.
As anticipated, following dropping the doubles point for the first time in this NCAA tournament. Chris Halioris and college tennis fans everywhere, we see the fifth-year Luke Fomba, the All-American. You'll see that heavily strapped left knee in the brace. Has been a no-go in singles, but today he gets the call up. He's taking on the fifth-year Pat Maloney. For what it's worth, you look at the ITA singles rankings right now. Luke Fomba currently finds himself at number 17. Maloney all the way at number 44.
This will be a fun one to watch, just to see what the mobility of Fomba looks like. Maloney's certainly going to test that with his forehand.
This is it. The NCAA Quarterfinals. Who wants a berth in the semifinals?
Interesting to see the game plan for Fomba. You got to believe with the bum knee, it's going to be the big service. I mean, that's what he's going to rely on. But there's just no, you can't hide if you're injured here. So he's got to be pretty darn close to be able to give it a go. At this level, nobody gives up free points, even if it's to hold a position. You just don't give up a point if you don't think you can win. So clearly Coach Roditi, Coach Bowen. Fomba today. I'll admit, I'm surprised after we saw him running around the campus. I definitely did not think we were going to see it.
Meanwhile, you know what we do see on our screen now? The start of our fourth and final men's quarterfinal. Number 3, Ohio State, taking on number 6, Georgia. We've talked all year long. Yes, the Buckeyes have been just the definition of what success looks like in men's college tennis throughout the course of these past 2 decades under head coach Ty Tucker, but they've had a lot of good teams, Chris. NCAA finals, I believe 2009. I know we were both there for their final in 2018. We agree this 32-2 Bucks squad, I think it's the best team they've had yet. This team is very, very good.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that inevitably we always talk about with the Big Ten schools in general, whether it's Michigan or Ohio State, is how that transition to outdoors goes, and it's been good for this team. They've got a team well equipped to play outdoors, and the doubles is as good as it's ever and always has been at Ohio State, and this is where it's going to start for Georgia. Georgia's been good recently in doubles. Ohio State's another level, and let's see if they can keep up and play that level with Ohio State.
Obviously, scoreboards going to get set for us. They are playing here at the number 1 spot. A couple of teams we know well. On this near side, it's the reigning NCAA finalist, Robert Cash. I'll take Robert Cash. And
anyone.
You. Yep. And that's a good doubles team. Of course, for Cash, you give him the partnership and the weapons of someone like Justin Boulay. This duo, 21-5 overall in dual match play. Taking over the top spot for the Buckeyes, taking on a top 10 team in the country. And 5th-year Trent Bride, redshirt freshman Ethan Quinn. Quinn Bride, number 6 in the country. Cash Boulay, number 21. And honestly, that feels low. If they played the fall together, they'd be a top 10 team.
Yeah, it was just the lack of opportunities there.
But behave, Trent Bride. Another little crossover. Hezzy move with the backhand down the line. Yeah, you see on that bottom left scoreboard, it says Cash Boulay. That's wrong. If you want to wager with me that this is Cash and Boulay on our screen and that I'm wrong, I will bet all the money in your pocket, my friends.
Well, I assure you it's not Henning versus Kingsley.
Yes.
Even my math skills help me there.
Fair enough.
Quinn and Bride there, 7 in a row they've won. They come in hot.
Yeah, 17-9 overall on the year. 18-9 after their last victory. see the One Love lead here for Georgia. This is not Bryden Quinn. This is the number 2 double spot. Phil Henning, Theodore Yuska. And actually, super producer Daniel Westoff, because it's so early in the singles portion. We'll get back to Michigan TCU in a moment. Fans of those schools who are trying to watch that match, again, you can follow individual feeds for every court on courts 1 through 6 on PlaySite. You can find them on the USTA website as well. Can you give me all 3 Ohio State-Georgia doubles here? I'll hang in just that for about 5 minutes, then we'll go to a split screen.
Spot here for Georgia. As Alex pointed out, but they have gone, interestingly enough, 4 of the last 6 matches unfinished. Almost always the last to finish. Slow play on court 2.
As you see, scoreboard, it's all over the place here early on too. We'll get it set. Again, at this number 2 doubles position, Andrew Luchanik, James Trotter. They are also a top 20 team in the country. Trotter, Luchanik, 12-7 overall on the year for these 32-2 Bucks. The Buckeyes 61-15 in individual double sets. Had a ton of success across the board. They're taking on, again, the duo of Henning, Yuska. Henning and Yuska, 12-9, but as Chris mentioned, haven't finished a ton of matches. So let's go over to 3. We finished our opening introductions. Make sure they get those scoreboard sets on 1 and 2, which they've yet to do. And again, it's very early in first sets everywhere in Michigan TCU. I only see 1 break on the board. It belongs to Andrew Fenty on court 3. That's it thus far. So I'll keep you updated verbally.
Does look like Fenty an early break on Pennington, and that's it. Every other match on serve, either 2 or 3 games in. We'll certainly keep you updated there.
Meanwhile, here on court number 3, you see, yes, Blake Kreuter, 5th year. Again, Blake Kreuter, the 5th year, partnered with his fellow 5th year Johnston. This duo, 15-10 overall on this season. Taking on the Ohio State number 3 doubles team of Cannon Kingsley, J.J. Tracy, and even saying that out loud feels like a joke. Number 3 doubles for 2 straight years, and you talk to Coach Ty Tucker, he'll be the first one to say 25 years of doubles experience between all of his players. 25 years of college tennis doubles experience on his 3 doubles courts. He's never been happier. Somehow still rocking the sweatpants today. It's like 92 outside, and you can imagine on the court it might feel like triple digits.
I would argue that alone means he has been happier. There's no way you roll out the sweatpants and say, I've never been happier.
Well, I think they can be, the 2 things don't have to be related.
It's hot out there.
Yeah.
Have you been out there?
Well, maybe he's so comfortable with this doubles lineup, and he's like, you know what, I've worn sweatpants for all 25 of their years.
He's not going to sweat a single drop during the doubles.
Exactly. Ooh. A little bit of an opening here for Kreuter and Johnston. Again, they've got all the scoreboard set now. Shout out to whomever behind the scenes has us hooked. Everything now reflective of who you see on court. J.J. Tracy serving on the far side. That's why you feel comfortable. As Cannon Kingsley says, thank you for the pop-up. Now put that bad boy away.
Wait for the ball to come back. Or not.
Here we go, Buck.
And again, Michigan, the 1-0 lead over TCU. I know some of you are looking for coverage of that match. We'll get back to it here in a second. Just want to show you a little bit of all the doubles we've got going on. Ball sails long, so it's a hold for the Buckeyes, 2-1. All right, Westhoff, let's go to court number 1 full screen. Court 1 full screen. And now let's bring back Michigan, and we'll go back to the split screen. Again, just wanted to introduce all these battles for all of you college tennis fans. Cash Boulay versus Bryden Quinn, Lucianik Trotter versus Henning Juska, Freuder Johnston versus Kingsley Tracy. And now we'll bring back our Michigan TCU coverage as well. Bryden Quinn hold for 2-1 here on court number 1 on serve early. Let me ask you who you think needs the doubles point more, Ohio State or Georgia?
Oh, Georgia needs it more.
Why?
They're just the depth in the lineup for Ohio State is crazy. I mean, look, you're playing guys. Trotter has a match all year. You got a guy like Campbell at 6. I mean, surely you're going to pay Quinn at 1, but outside of that, it's a tough call, and there's just so much depth on the Ohio State side. Not only that, but Ohio State's so good in doubles, it would be a monumental just jump for Georgia just to get going. If they could pull it off, they would get a spiritual lift for beating a team that's so good in doubles.
By the way, we were joking about it, but I'm going to be honest. I see Ty Tucker's shoulder blades already. The back of that shirt is sweaty. And the reason I bring that up is, again, indicative. 90-plus degree heat outside right now in Orlando. Dyler breaks, I believe, for 3-1 for Michigan on court number 1. Let's take you over to court number 6, please, in that Michigan-TCU match. But, again, why do I keep bringing up these conditions? You know where it hasn't been 90 degrees in about 8 months? Michigan and Ohio. Midwest Big Ten country does not see weather like this, barring, that's not true, June, July, and August it gets hot, but we're not there yet. And so again, if you're TCU, if you're Georgia, it's a Friday. It's just another Friday.
And you know, who looks silly in all this is me, of course, because I called Georgia out for not practicing under the lights. Manny and Coach Jamie Hunt obviously knew something was going to happen. They said, yeah, lights, mics, we're playing at noon. Yeah, no, you're right, though. It's a totally different game here, playing in the middle of the day in the heat versus 7 o'clock at night.
Meanwhile, if TCU's going to come back today, as you see 2-all on court number 3, if TCU's going to come back, Chris, they have to have court 6.
Oh.
Not a they'd like to have. Sophomore Pedro Vivez has to beat Jacob Bickerstaff.
Absolutely.
By the way, I appreciate Bill Kallenberg in the chat. He does say Georgia's been hot. Hasn't been this hot in Georgia so far this spring. This is just next level Florida heat.
But nonetheless, they've been closer to the heat, obviously, than the schools up north.
By the way, that serving marker, I think, online was wrong. It's 2-all overall. I don't think there ever was a break for Vivez, as you see Bickerstaff, the junior. Chris, you're on Michigan TCU scoreboard watch. I've got Georgia, Ohio State. No breaks anywhere thus far. Correction, I think we have an incorrect serving mark. Georgia is up a break on 2. we'll go check that out in a second. Yeah, no, I see I see Trotter returning. So yes, it is 2-1 Georgia. Serving marker online incorrect. Thank you to Archit Suresh, who is sitting nearby. He is our Cracked Racquets gopher, I want to say, here this week. Go for this, go for that.
What happened to SEC correspondent? You just
Well,
drop it.
I'm not going to say it to both of you. Well, I have 2 SEC correspondents to my left.
It's the best conference in the country, right, Chris?
Honestly, I think gopher is a promotion. You're not a correspondent. Now we need you for real things.
I can't say anything. He beat me in pickleball this
It's
morning.
true. As you see Bickerstaff, the break points on 6th. That would be something for Michigan. Bickerstaff breaks for 3-2, and he will let out quite a Michigan roar. So that's breaks for Michigan on the corners, courts 1 and 6. Let's go check in on court number 5. Do you like ambiguously 6'4", long, lanky, pro-style body tennis in college? We've got that on court 5. Literally, Gorsny versus Gavin Young is the battle of prototypical bodies. In the modern ATP, just to have size, to have length. Honestly, the technique's pretty good for both guys, I would say, as well across the board.
I feel like that means you have to give Gavin Young a nickname if he's playing the Chosen.
Nah, he's Big Gav. I don't know. That's a good question. I think Gavin Young's nickname's just Gav.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not particularly creative. Kingsley Tracy hold for 3-2 on 3. Let's take us over to court 2, please, on the Ohio State-Georgia side of things. 2-all on 1. And Gavin Young, the freshman, Gavin Young, the sophomore, was really good in the months of January and February, but he hit a little bit of a sophomore slump. And that's why to see him get a 3-set win last week over Bradley Fry, if you're a Michigan fan, that's just what the doctor ordered. Young 14-7 overall in the year. Again, taking on a Seb Gorsny that's lost just 1 dual match this freshman season.
You see on the right side here, the break that break lead Georgia has, now facing 2 break points to give it back. Big ace there.
Yeah, and that looks to be Yuska. And how can you differentiate between Yuska and Henning? Because Henning's got flow.
Yeah, for sure. Big flow.
That hat isn't a fashion choice, it's a necessity.
Not going with the man bun today.
No. Sky's out. I was going to say sky's out, thighs out, but it's hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually think he cut his hair a little bit. He doesn't have the full
Doesn't have
ponytail anymore.
it quite as big. Big hold there.
Absolutely. 2-all overall on 2. 2-all overall on 1 as well. Let's go over to 1, though. It's a 30-all spot.
3-1 there for Yuska and Henning.
Yeah.
Up a break.
No, did I say 2-all?
You said 2-all, yeah. 3-1.
Because I was looking at court 1, which is where I'm taking us. And that's a great middle volley. Again, Cash Boulet are going to be so aggressive.
Here we go, bud.
Cash sails the forehand, so it's 3-2 again on serve here on 1. Let's go back over to court number 2 on the Ohio State-Georgia side of things. Again, 3-1 lead. Let's see if Luke Schoenig, Trotter can keep it a single break deficit. Meanwhile, Michigan scoreboards just to keep you updated. 4-1 Styler on 1, 3-2 Bickerstaff with a break on 6. Every other court right now is on serve. Although it's a breakpoint chance for Luke Fomba on 2. You want to hop over to the Fomba court. We'll see if we can catch the deuce point coming up for Pat Maloney. 2-3 on serve there. It looks like a Maloney hold. Right? You walk into the net, I feel like you missed a return in it. Three all indeed. And Luke Fomba playing his first match of the NCAA singles tournament. Wonder if they're playing him because they lost the doubles point, they feel a little pressure, or maybe it's because they feel like by putting him in at 2, they just have better chances at 3, at 4, at 5, at 6. Certainly the lineup decision of the day. As you see, Lucianic and Trotter gain points to keep it just that single break deficit here at 2. Still on serve on courts 1 and 3. Long there, as you saw, obviously Lucianic Trotter did hold to keep it that single break deficit. Maloney now 15-30. Meanwhile, Andre Styler nursing that 4-1 lead at 1. He's got break point chances for 5-1, and obviously if he serves for the set, will get you there. Jack Pennington-Jones makes a move. First break for TCU on court 3, but again, we're going to hold here on 2. Oh, they're dancing, they're moving. That's really good doubles on 1, Chris.
There's a lot of movement there.
And what have we seen all tournament long? The first 20, 25 minutes of every match, it's been pretty poopy. I don't know how else to describe it. Just not the best tennis you'd want to see. And of course that makes sense, the nerves of the moment. The intensity for all of these teams. I do think things are starting to heat up now in Georgia, Ohio State, pun intended. Break points for Maloney. Cash and Goulet do hold for 3 all. Ooh, let's go to court number 3, please. Break point chances for Croyder and Johnston. That would give Georgia breaks on the number 2 and 3 spots. And they do break. I apologize. That's on me. I missed it. I blame myself and myself alone. But now Georgia is up breaks on 3 and 2. Let's go to 2. It's a beautiful volley from Luke Fomba. And again, it's pretty early here. But Chris, it does feel like it's the side-to-side movement, not the forward movement that's giving Fomba some issues.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of that is just you put a heavy sleeve on like he's got, even in your own head, even if you're 5, there's something there. So, but I'm with you. I don't think the lateral motion is going to be the best for him.
pleading his case.
Coach Roditi offering his own stand.
That Roditi, that looks like Devin Bowe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
I just saw the hat.
yeah, no, it's a Sun hat, not a Cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Common mistake as you see Yuska Henning. Chances for 4-2. You see the flow of Kyle Torpegard, your assistant. Deuce point, deciding point coming up, and a lot of talking going on between Fomba, Maloney, sidelines. Getting a wee bit chippy here, Chris.
Ah, your kind of match.
Wouldn't have it any other way, you're right. Loose point coming up here for Fomba. 4-2 hold for Georgia on 2. Let's go to 3, please, in the Georgia-Ohio State match. See if Kreuter-Johnston can consolidate.
2 return misses from Maloney after.
Oh, and Fomba's letting him hear it. So where to turn to? Let's go to court number 4, please, where Sander Jong, 2-3. He's facing a deciding point, break point. Game point chances here for Kreuter and Johnston. And if you can, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Okay, the scoreboard's just behind. Jong did hold for 3-all. If you can, Westhoff, can you get me ready for a triple box? Get me 2 Ohio State Georgias, please. And make it courts 2 and 3. That's where, again, right now, Georgia break leads at the 2 and 3 double spot.
If you're Georgia, you've got to feel good here. You've got a lead on every court, one of them on serve here at court 1, but the other 2 courts break leads. So much for all that crack doubles analysis.
No, you were pretty clear, though. For Georgia, there's just an urgency to this doubles point. And I think we see that.
Come on, James. Come on, Andrew.
Aaron Schneider game point chances for 4-3. Get ready to go court 1 in Michigan TCU, please, Westhoff. 4-2 for Styler, 30-all, though, in his 4-2 game.
Yeah. Right here, Andrew. Come on. Come on, fella.
Burnley has break point chances, or is it game point chances? No, I think it's break points. Yeah. Yeah, because that's firmly on the near side, no doubt about it.
Styler just had chances for a 5-1. He could be back on serve.
Meanwhile, I think that landed good for
That-
Kreuter and
that
Johnston.
did look
Yeah,
good.
Johnston landed that. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, did Fermi just get the break back? He did not. Deuce point coming up on 1. 30-all here in the Cannon Kingsley service game on 3. Yeah.
And we've got break point chances on court 1, not on screen right now. Georgia potentially going up breaks on all 3 courts here. West off. We can. I don't know if we'll catch it. Can we get in place of court 2 Georgia? Can we get court 1 Georgia? They're in a change over there. We'll see if we can.
Wait. Oh, the deuce point 5-3. No. Don't listen to Chris.
No, it was the wrong screen. I said in place of court 2 Georgia.
As it is a match point, we caught it.
There we go.
I apologize, Chris. You're never in the wrong. 6-3. Georgia does take court number 3. Styler held for 5-2, by the way.
Sure if we'll catch this. We missed it, but now a match on 3 for Georgia. They're up breaks on both courts 1 and 2.
Absolutely, and so let's make court 3 court 2, please. Bride and Quinn are straight up serving for the doubles
serving
point.
for the point. And what a huge point this would be for Georgia.
It's the start they have to have.
Yeah, they need it.
And I'm looking at the scoreboards. Do we have any set points or we're close to it? Vivez got the break back for 4-all. Only 1 break apiece. TCU on 3, Michigan on 1. It is 4-all, Chris, on 3 different courts. And it's on 4 courts, excuse me. Definition of crunch time. What a bump lob. And let's just go full screen here on 1. Match points Georgia to take the doubles point.
We said it, they've been hot in doubles. This would be another level of keeping that hot streak going.
Doubles point to Georgia. They do keep the hot streak going. Wins on courts 1 and 3 to get the job done. That is a darn impressive doubles point for the Georgia Bulldogs. And again, number 6. Georgia now a 1-0 lead over number 3, Ohio State. Chris, your reaction?
What a doubles point. And look, Henning Yuska did their job. Unfinished.
Literally. Yeah. That's the name of the game for that.
You guys stay out there and 1 and 3 win. And if we need you, you'll just come in clutch. No, a great, obviously that's an upset in a doubles point. Yes, Georgia's been hot. Yes, they've been good. Ohio State's another level. Big point for Georgia.
So now Jake Fernley does hold. So Andre Styler is going to serve for the opening set. We'll get you to a Michigan triple box for the meantime as all of these first sets are coming down to the wire. And it's ready. So we'll have triple box. Let's get courts 1, 3, and 6, please. Courts 1, 3, and 6. Why that combination? Well, you'll see why with what's about to pop on your scoreboard. 5-3, Styler serving for the set. The man best known as Captain Jack. Jack Pennington Jones. Ooh, put me 3 in the big screen. Looks like Captain Jack's facing some break points. Indeed, the freshman, former top 500 ATP player in the world, up a break, but break points for the 5th year. Andrew Fenty, the Hurd Scholarship Award winner, has had probably his best season of the year in singles for the Wolverines this season.
Best season of the year.
Season of his career. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, why are you looking at me like that? But you're totally justified.
I always have my best season of the year.
Good. It's funny.
let serve there. Pennington to be able to fire back.
And the pass means it's a break back, so now it's 4-all on courts 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5-4 on serve on 6 as well. We are on serve everywhere but 1, and now 1 goes back into the big screen as Andre Styler can put a first set on the board. For the Wolverines, Jacob Bickerstaff was up in early break. He's now serving to stay alive in the set 4-5.
This is a spot for Michigan with Styler that I think, yes, you have the doubles point and the lead, but it's still a spot they need to win. Good forehand from Styler. Serving for it, but gonna have to dig out of a love 30 hole to do it. That was 1 point down.
It would be weird given the scores everywhere else. A straightforward set, 1 break? No. That's just not what we've seen here today. And it says Vivez, but tell me that didn't look like Louis Maxted at 6. But that's 100% Louis Maxted at 6. That scoreboard's just wrong. Breakpoint chances here for Fernley. Meanwhile, set point chance for Vivez, who's not actually Vivez, but is certainly Louis Maxted, the sophomore. Right? Like, tell me I'm right here, Chris. And again, we've sent some texts to confirm.
I thought that ball landed in. What a funky bounce and taking and return there.
Deuce point, set point on 1. So can you get me split screen 1 and 6 quickly here? Actually, if you can, it's all good. We can keep this Bickerstaff point. Bickerstaff doubles, first set TCU, and that is Louis Maxted. I'm very certain. Right? I keep saying it. I'll keep asking till I get the confirmation. We've sent the texts. So set point here. Make court 6, court 5, please. All right, we're going to put court number 3 in your big screen. Fenty's got the game point chances. You see Andre Styler off to the restroom, so it is you would assume, a 6-3 first set as soon as they get that scoreboard fixed for us. Again, we'll make court number 1, court number 4, please, as we're 2 minutes away from the start of Ohio State singles. Obviously, as soon as we have that match back, we'll get back to our split screen.
Good hold from Fenty there.
Absolutely. So let's just put court 5 in the big screen and make court 3 court 2. We're doing a full do-si-doing here. First set's on the corners complete. Look at these scores. 5-all, 5-all. Can we put court 2 in the big screen? 4-5, 30-all. Maloney in a little bit of trouble in what has been our chippiest match.
That look alone right there tells me the Maloney shoulder not feeling too bad.
Yeah, that was nice.
Nice serve right down the tee. Oh, I say another one, but Famba calls that ball out. Now Maloney doesn't like it. At some point, they're just going to agree to let him go. That point will be when they both have 2 overs. That's a hold for Maloney.
And there's the fist pump. That trademarked perpendicular. I'm telling you, he's the only one to do it. As it's 5-all just about everywhere. All right, let's go full. Singles is starting on Ohio State, so we're going to go full screen here on court number 2. Super producer Daniel Westoff going to bring in our Ohio State-Georgia singles battles.
If you want an indication, folks, of how warm it is out there, look where all the people are.
Yeah, exactly.
There are like 2 people sitting in the stands behind court 2. There are 50 standing under the tent behind court 2.
5-all overall. What's the conversation here? Is it just we're tired? It's been 90 degrees out for the start, and right now in Orlando, feels like 94. And I want to quote my weather app. Feels like 94. Humidity is making it feel hotter. Thanks, weather app. We're well aware. Heat bearing down on these guys. Some thunderstorms are expected to roll in, like, by the way, 4 or 5 o'clock.
I feel like Famba and Maloney are I think it's sprinkling.
Is it starting to rain a little bit?
But that's the only court that's doing it. No, the chair's now coming down.
No, it's a ball. It's a ball issue. All right.
Oh, it's a dead ball.
Yeah. Well, have you seen the serves they've been hitting? Damn straight, it's a dead ball.
The balls are just...
Yeah, they're like, even the balls, like, it's way too hot out here, and you're asking us to do too much. All right, let's go to court 3, 15:30. Fenty was down an early break to JPJ, but he's got a little bit of a window. Again, we're talking tennis balls here. As fun as that is for everyone to watch. Oh, Fenty goes a bit wide on that pass.
I think Famba and Maloney are looking for any excuse to argue at this point.
Or just like, not play. Yeah. Meanwhile, you see action underway, and I have heard, and given this is Henning Kingsley, actually, super producer Dana Westoff, take us back to I guess I forgot you're a lot better at producing than I am.
You're going
to have to adjust all the courts. They are using court number 7 again. So court 7 is court 1, and it's back to the normal listings. Yes, everything is normal on court 7 through 12.
You see Justin Boulay serving over on court 1, which is court 7. And we see Justin Boulay double fault away the first game.
We do. So it is Ethan Quinn, who's been so good in his freshman season. Quinn enters the weekend. He's number 2 player in the country. Got off to a rocky start to his dual match season. Now 17-8 overall. He's won 11 straight. Some scholars would argue that's pretty good, but of course he's taken on the big hitting Justin Boulay. Boulay currently sitting at number 24 in the country. Boulay 13-6 overall in dual match play. Let's go over to court number 2.
What a backhand slice from Fenty to bring up deuce deciding point and set point.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We'll throw the graphic on your screen. Deciding point, set point. Oh, backhand second serve return. That one's got to go in play. And so Captain Jack escapes with the 5-all hold quickly to 4. 6-5 Nino Ehrenschneider, 30-all. It's looking like a world, Chris, where we might have 4 first set breakers.
Very possible in this
Wouldn't
match.
have it any other way. And in fact, super producer Daniel Westoff, if you can prepare us a wee bit of a triple box. Might get to a world where we want to show you multiple breakers at once, so maybe prepare to get us to a double Michigan TCU scenario. Meanwhile, John goes long. So is that a first set? That might just be a nope. I was like, is he walking to the net? What's he doing?
Can't be since he was up 40-30.
Exactly. Well, I don't know if you've known this, but we've had some scoreboard issues.
Yes. No.
Yeah.
But we do have a set point.
That's so good from Sandra Jong. Out of this world stuff. Out of this world. As you see, Henning 1-all on court number 2. Again, early first set action. Georgia, Ohio State, a couple of All-Americans. Cannon Kingsley, just a ho-hum. 17-3 year for the 4th year. I always say Cannon Kingsley is as good as he has to be on any given day. Never going to question Cannon's effort. Never going to question the effort of the 5th-year All-American Phil Henning either. 17-6. Strength on strength. All right, we've got a breaker on 4. And can you bring me court number 5 as well? We've got breakers on courts 4 and 5 at Michigan, so we'll throw them both on the side of your screen. Maloney going to serve at 5-6 on 2. Fenty serving 5-all on 3. And here, 1-all, 30 love for Kingsley. Let's go to court number 3. Want to introduce all these Ohio State-Georgia battles. It's the early break for Georgia on 1. On serve here on 2. We'll go to 3 on the Georgia side. Keep those breakers on the side of your screen. Again, at least 2 tie breaks. And look, after dropping the doubles point, I can't believe I'm saying these words. Is JJ Tracy a must-have win for the Buckeyes today? I mean, look, Tracy's always a win for the Buckeyes. He's lost fewer than 7 duel matches in his career. The junior 18-2, and you're like, it's a little bit of a down year. 18-2 overall in his 3rd season. Guy has been lights out since walking onto the campus in Columbus.
I'm not sure who I'd call a must-win for Ohio State other than, I've said all along, Ethan Quinn is back in form and hot. I don't see how you beat him, which just means that Ohio State has to win 4 of the other 5 matches.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna say any one of them in particular, but 4 out of 5 is a pretty slim margin if that's what you got to do.
And again, given the heat we're dealing with right now, first sets are the name of the game.
Here, Jimbo.
Go to the changeover on 3, 2-1 on serve. 5th-year Trent Bride, the former All-American, again taking on Tracy Bride. 14-8 overall in the year. Now we're here at 4, where it's an undefeated James Trotter, 26-0.
Good Trotter.
The hottest start I've seen since Stevie Johnson back in 2011, 2012, and he wasn't losing matches. Now 4 singles is not 1 singles. But still, 26-0 speaks for itself. Of course, he's taking on the 5th-year Blake Kreuter. Kreuter not too shabby, 19-7 overall on the year.
Here we go, Bernie.
Ooh, Westhoff, I know we've got breakers going on. Fenty held for 6-5. Can you make whichever of the breakers is a little bit further behind? If you could make that match court number 2 for me. Again, our screen's a little bit blurry here. I know it's not for you, but... yeah. Fenty's in a, Maloney's in a little bit of trouble, so we'll go to court 5 on the Georgia side.
Here, Tracy. I see him. I see him, Bernie.
That's a double.
I think that was long, yeah. I see just a whole bunch of KT tape under the Maloney shirt there as he lifted it up.
Yeah, his shoulder is going to be heavily bandaged.
And that was all the way down almost to the to the waistline. So he's got some serious tape going on, and now a big hold to have to fight out of the 44 set points.
The first set to Fomba, and he's going to let his whole team hear it. So let's put court number 5 back in the big screen. We'll get you back to our tiebreakers on courts 4 and 5 here at Michigan. Xander Jung, 3-2 lead. Yeah, Seb Gorsny, 3-2 lead. Again, with Pedro Vivez having taken the first set on 6 for TCU. Man, there's a world where, yes, after all of this work, 6-all through all these sets, TCU might walk away with 4 first sets, Chris.
Could walk away with 5, technically.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's still 3 sets going. They've got 2 so far. On the flip side, Michigan could walk away with 4.
Sure.
So it's a big next 10 minutes or so here. Pick up at 3-all of the Gorsny Gavin Young breaker as they go to the changeover.
Meanwhile, you see bottom left, Miguel Perez Pena, Alex Bernard. MPP has been the MVP.
You know me.
We have this Georgia team. Three-all here on the turn. Let's throw 4-2 Jong on the turn.
This is 4-3 Gorsny here. Yeah.
No, excuse me. Did I say 4-2? I meant 4-3.
first point here of this one. Yeah, they're just coming out of the turn on court 4.
Again, keeping an eye, 3 first sets left in Michigan TCU. 2 for TCU. They've taken courts 2 and 6. Styler took a first set for Michigan at 1. That's so freaking good. You know how hard that volley is to execute at home, folks? That's why he's the chosen one. Every time I watch, I feel like that nickname stands up. As you see, MPP, Bernard, an early deuce point. Bernard 15-3 this season. MPP, team leader for Georgia, 20-6.
Jong now 5-2. That one getting away a little. Gorsny trying to. Oh, and that backhand goes wide. Gavin Young gets it back on serve. That was a huge point for Gavin Young. Otherwise, it was 3 set points for Gorsny. So now Young with a couple serves.
And we go to this split screen here. Again, we'll have plenty of time with Georgia, Ohio State, folks, and we'll get back to it here in a moment. Jong up the mini break 5-3. Gavin Young again back on serve here 4-5. Now 6-4 here for Gorsny. He's got set points. And it's set points for the landlord as well, Sandra Jong. So here's a big TCU moment. They can walk out of here with 4 first sets. Jacob Bickerstaff is up an early break for Michigan on 6. Keyword there being early, up 2-love in that second set after dropping the first. But again, if you're TCU after dropping doubles,
Gruskin was right, of course. That is Louis Maxted on 6 for TCU.
yeah.
Is that ball deep from Jong, or was there a let? Guess it was deep.
Sure. So Gorsny set point on his serve. Jong another one coming up here. Court 4, court 2, please. What a grind from Gavin Young. 6 all on the turn. You saw Sandra Jong. Excuse me, I said court 2. I meant court 3. It's an instinct. Court 3, please. You saw Sandra Jong takes a first set, so that's 3 for TCU. They get first sets on 2, 4, and 6. It is going to be a third breaker, Chris.
Wow. 3 breakers on a 7-5 set. 4 of the 6 matches were at 5-all.
In 94-degree heat. Let's stay in the split screen for one more moment. We'll get you back to Georgia, Ohio State in a second. Actually, some pretty lopsided first sets. 4-love Henning. That's not right. We saw Kingsley win a game. Clean up a break. Everything else pretty even. Defenti ace to kick things off. In what is, again, a must-have first set for Michigan. Got to get at least 2. Can't drop, 5 first sets. And on the side note, if you're TCU,
South Carolina says you can.
It's true. It's very rare.
Yes. Would be a tough road.
We were there when Michigan won doubles and 5 first sets in singles against USC, 2020 semifinals. Did Gavin Young miss that return?
I think so.
3-love Bick in the second set. Another set point here for Gorsny.
As good as these first sets have been, it'll be a shame if at least 4 of these matches don't go 3 sets.
Shame for who?
I mean,
Us
for
at home, right?
Us at the fans,
Yeah.
that's right. This is a match that could end 4-1 or 4-2 and be down to the wire. Like if, kind of like the Virginia match ended 4-2, but it was down to the wire. We could have 3 or 4 three-setters all finishing at the same time.
Set point again for Gorsny. Ridiculous. That's why he's the chosen one. That's 4 first sets for TCU. Courts 2, 4, 5, and 6 all going the way of the Horned Frogs and your number 2 seeds and back-to-back national indoor champions. Working their way back into this match. And so, yeah, I don't know what the scoreboard, what's up here. Let's go back to court number 1, please. It's a 3-1 deuce point break point chance for Quinn. Make it a double break 4-1 lead. Again, Ohio State's up a break at 4. They're up a break at 5. I don't know what the score is on 2, but it's a double break for Quinn. By the way, setting a break lead for Andre Styler at 1.
We said it, that's a spot they just have to have.
It was a must.
And look, we said 6 was a must for TCU, but Jacob Bickerstaff trying to do his best 3-love lead in the second to at least make that a 3-set match. But this is a big breaker for Michigan here. As Alex said, not making it easy on yourself if you drop 5 first sets. So quick 2-love start for Fenty, now down 3-2.
Indeed, it is a mini break. It's all Ethan Quinn right now on 1. The ITA All-American champion, number 2 player in the country, looking the part. Oh, it's just too good from Captain Jack. If you're gonna hit that cross-court approach, you better hit a winner. Pennington Jones beats Fenty to the spot, 4-2 on the turn, 3 points away from making a 5 first set push for TCU. Or 2 on the turn, obviously will hold there. Quinn 2 points away from 5-1. That's something for Boulay to get going. Game point chances for Quinn for 5-1. Scoreboard corrected, 3-2 Cannon Kingsley on 2 on serve. But how about that first switch? 4-0 Henning. No, we meant 3-2.
I liked your description of that's not right. We saw Kingsley win a game.
Yeah. Well, my eyes lie, but not that much. Fenty gets the mini break back, 4-3-4. Quinn does hold for 5-1.
Those full-on shades that Belay's rocking.
He's been rocking the shades for the past month.
Like I was trying to.
I know.
Like,
I'm not sure if they're
like
Rex,
the ones that
Rex specs.
Yeah,
Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah. Like, are they just sunglasses? Are they like?
No, for you, Chris, they're bifocals. A pair of bifocals.
He's rocking the Rex specs. Spectrex, whatever. Captain Jack is letting his teammates hear it. Borlove Bickersteth in set number 6. By the way, they corrected the scoreboard. I know on Twitter, TCU indicated it is Louis Backstead, but now that it's two-source confirmed, it is Louis Backstead at 6, absolutely. We've known that the whole time, but now the scoreboard knows it too. Big +1
He's
from
not
Fenty.
going away.
No, and
It's just one mini.
I almost wonder. This is so stupid. Sorry, Chris. How many changes of clothes do you bring today? 3? Like, do you have a different set of clothing per set? Because, like, I'm not trying to play in drenched in sweat. Like, I expect bathroom breaks after every set for all of these players to go change.
Well, I'm going to say at a minute, at least, Gruskin, because we're in the air-conditioned welcome center for the USTA. I brought 4 shirts.
Yeah. I brought 3 too. Yeah,
so these guys brought it more than that.
As Boulay holds for 2-5, we'll get back to 1 in a second. Let's go check on court number 6. Georgia, Ohio State. No, Fenty goes wide. It's set points for Pennington Jones.
Just sort of feels like that's almost a bailout shot there. Just didn't want to stay in the rally. Not a high percentage ball. Not from where he was. Maybe work that point a little more, but still only 1 mini if he can get it here. That ball goes long.
No, that landed good.
Did it?
Yeah. Captain Jack Pennington Jones makes it 5 first sets for TCU. We'll go back to court number 1 on both sides. Ethan Quinn serving for a first set on 1. We'll go back to court number 1 where Andre Styler again is up a set and a break, but that is 5 first sets for TCU. 3 of them in a 7-6 fashion, Chris. The other was 7-5. The other was 6-4 from a breakdown. You want to know why they're the two-time defending national indoor champions? Excuse me? That's why. As Styler here, de facto match points, though. Could be 2-0 Michigan for like 6 hours.
Yeah, it could be 2-0 Michigan, and you could and legitimately feel like you're losing.
Yeah, 100%. It's almost a Diana Schneider NC State scenario from a couple nights ago, right? Where
Yeah,
Schneider won
she goes
0-0,
0-0,
and they
it was
won
like
the
30
doubles. Yeah,
minutes.
exactly.
Except they didn't lose 5 first sets.
This is true. 5 first sets for TCU, so now Michigan has to do a little chasing. And Fomba's up a set and a break on 2. So any questions about his health may be dissipated now.
Tyler unable to get that return back. Huge deciding point. Gonna go straight back there and say, I want to try that again.
Sure, it's the side he plays in doubles. It's a good serve from Fernley, so it's just a single break. 6-3, 4-3 lead for Andre Styler here at 1. Let's go back to 6. It's been a while since we've checked in there. And again, this is where you just wonder, the heat outside, 94 degrees from the start. Can you summon a comeback effort on what, at least 2 of 5 courts if you're Michigan? A 5-2 lead for James Trotter on 4. He'll serve for the set. We'll get there in a second. Ashley Westhoff, we're now reaching that point where you might want to get us a doubles box ready, or 2 Ohio State Georgia screens ready, excuse me.
Okay, but I can sympathize with Jacob Bickerstaff here. He looks like he needs to be loaded up with sunscreen.
We call those Michigan red arms when you've got a little too much sunburn on each of them. Yeah, that's
Red.
Michigan red.
I thought Michigan was allergic to red.
No, that's sunburn.
Yeah,
It's an allergy.
Still, it's red.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to
I
say
think that's
the word
pretty
red.
clear. Yeah.
Into the center.
And if we can, by the way, that second box, Westhoff, will be court number 4 as Trotter's about to serve for it.
Well, into the center with a red t-shirt on yesterday. The first 2 people I see are Andrew Fenton and Pat Maloney. And you can only imagine what grief I got for sure wearing a red shirt.
Yeah, I mean, that's half the fun as you see Bickerstaff broken on the serve and volley. That's why you build the double break lead, though. Heck of a one-hander from Louis Maxted. Meanwhile, set and a break. Now Fomba's up 7-5, 3-love.
Yeah, that one getting away from me.
Quickly, and let's go, if you can, make court 6, court 4. Xander Jong has break point chances to make it a set and break for TCU at 4. As Ethan Quinn gets broken by Justin Boulay, we'll head over to James Trotter. Again, undefeated 26-0 is Trotter. Facing a couple of break point chances down here. As Jong does break with the cross-court pass. So now TCU has set and break leads on courts 2 and 3. Let's make court 3, court 1. Set and a break lead for Andre Styler, 6-3, 4-3, and again, 30 love now for Styler.
Here, Jimbo, one get away here, Jimbo. Yeah!
The first set to Trotter on 4.
I see Birdie!
6-2 Bucks get the first set on the board. Let's put court number 1 back in our big screen. Let's go to court 3, please, instead of court 4 for Ohio State, Georgia. 4 all overall, Trent Bride serving. forehand. Yeah, if you're Michigan, though, by the way, I know we were joking about it might be 2-0 them for a while, but they got to get Styler off the court right now.
They do. They absolutely, even though they've got the lead, they don't want to let that one go free, because there will in all likelihood be some points coming here for the TCU side. They've got enough set and break leads that something bound to go that way. Wide holds for 5-4.
Indeed, he does. So let's make that court number 2, please. Court 3 becomes court 2. Meanwhile, actually, can we put that Styler court on our big screen? Fernley's got breakpoint chances back. From 30 love, now 30-40. And now it must be a deciding point, deuce point coming up here. Fernley breaks back. Now 6-3-4 all on court number 1. Let's put Cannon Kingsley in the big screen, serving at 4 all. Maxted held for 3-4. Bickerstedt still up a break there. Again, TCU up sets and breaks at 2-4 after taking 5 first sets, courts 2 through 6. Michigan gets a first set on court number 1. They also have that doubles point lead to hold on to. Meanwhile, Ohio State, Georgia side of things. Doubles point to Georgia. Honestly, they were dominant throughout that 30, 45-minute doubles point. Only one first set in the bag. It belongs to James Trotter, the undefeated 5th year. 6-2 on court 4. First sets on all other 5 courts right now between Ohio State and Georgia. I believe it's a changeover. Quinn will serve up 5-4 for the set. That's why we're keeping it on your screen.
Prevent Styler from serving for the match, but boy, if he can get that set, that's going to be a dagger. Just gotta find something.
Maloney's in jeopardy of going down a double break. And Ethan Quinn serving for the first set on 1 for Georgia. Kingsley holds for 5-4. Let's go to court number 3, please, again, here in Ohio State. Or, excuse me, court number 6 in place of Kingsley Henning. Might as well put Fernley Styler on your big screen as well. Again, no dead time. Our one rule here at Cracked Racquets, and I believe it's breakpoint chances right back for Styler. Yeah. Andre Styler this season, 22-1 overall, Chris. He's won 16 consecutive matches entering today. Oh, the net court does go the way of Fernley. And I'll tell you what, despite all the chippiness, this match has been extraordinarily respectful.
Oh, very much.
Yeah, they're like, yo, you're good, I'm good. Let's just play tennis. Forget the other stuff.
Yeah, this is we're going to do our share of yelling. But only because we deserve it. We had a good shot.
By the way,
not cheesy.
you see Anthrop's 2 points away putting a set on the board. Quinn, set point chances on 1. Bride has set points on 3. It's ridiculous from Fernley. He saves 2 break points. Can he save a 3rd?
Styler long with the return, and Fernley digs out of a 15-40 hold.
See Devin Bowen pointing to his head to say stay in this one, especially with the pressure everywhere else. Let's go to court number 2, please, in that Michigan match. Luke Fomba. Oh, wow, Maloney did hold, excuse me. And so as such, Sander Jong now is setting 3 love lead. I lied. We're not going to make it court number 2. Let's go to court 6 in Michigan, TCU. Meanwhile, set points for Jack Anthrop. Set points for Ethan Quinn as well. It's a double set point moment. Yeah, those clouds do not look great. So that's why it's that much more important. Redshirt freshman Jack Anthrop trying to get the Buckeye Nation going. 6-4 set on 6. Let's put court 1 in the big screen. Ethan Quinn takes a first set. So Georgia gets on the board, 6-4 at 1. Trent Bride takes a 6-4 set at 3. Give me courts 3 and 5, please, on the Ohio State, Georgia side of things. Also, put court 6 Michigan in the big screen, please. It's a must-hold game here for Jacob Bickerstaff. Yeah, 4 love up, 3 straight games for Maxted. Bickerstaff had to have that, particularly with everything going on Fernley. Courts 6 and 1. Again, Westup will make those courts 2 and 5, please. Courts 2 and 5. And 2 and 5, please, for Ohio State, Georgia. There we go. Ooh, it's a set point for Kingsley. Let's put him in the big screen. Ohio State taking first sets on courts 4 and 6. The first set for Kingsley. So now we'll go back to the split screen. Three first sets for Ohio State, 2 first sets for Georgia, just to recap. Ohio State getting courts 2, 4, and 6. Georgia gets courts 1 and 3. Again, on the TCU side of things, Michigan takes first sets on court 1. TCU first sets on 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They're up sets and breaks on 2 and 4. And honestly, Fernley love 15 in Styler's 4-5 service game.
Come on, G.
So Bickerstaff will serve for the set here, 5-4. We do have a double Michigan situation as we are watching that Styler match. He's facing break point set points here. As Bernard now 5-3 lead on 5. One game away from a fourth first set for the Buckeyes. Well, big first serve erases that break point, so now it's a deuce point deciding point. Again, Michigan needs to get Styler off court. They have to. Otherwise, I don't know.
I mean, obviously there's still a path, but you're looking at, probably going down 2-1 or 3-1 and having to have everything left.
Yeah. Which, hey, we've been there. Did you just watch Kentucky, Virginia? Kentucky was a heartbeat away from overcoming a 3-1 deficit. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That's what, 130? 135 down the tee? The word I come to is pro tennis. That's pro tennis. And we can go back to a split screen now. Let's just start split screen so everyone can lock in on these two matches in particular. Bernard on court 5. Yes, Bickerstaff maxed it. Perfect. Jacob Bickerstaff, someone gave him on the scouting report, you need to go to the net more today. Because he has made it a purpose in every game we've seen to attack that Maxted backhand, try to sneak in. Set point still here for Bick to force the third. That would be one of, again, Michigan going to need at least 2 3-set victories. At least 2 here after dropping 5 first sets to TCU. Bick gets a split. Arms in the air. Does that start the Michigan rally? We'll find out. Let's go to court number 2? No, court number 4 on the Michigan side of things. So I think we're going to catch a changeover on 2. Again, right now TCU is up sets and breaks on courts 2 and 4. You see here Sander Jung setting a break lead on Nino Ehrenschneider. For Bernard will serve for the opening set in Ohio State, Georgia. Again, it's your only first set still on the board. So we're going to hold you there. Can you give me full screen, Jong Ehrenschneider? Just until we're out of that changeover. For what it's worth, this Michigan team has not dropped the match this season when winning the doubles point. Now, they only have 4 losses all year, and it's only to 2 teams, Texas, Ohio State, 2 of your top 3 teams in the country.
Why not add the third?
Well, it's a testament. It's a testament to a. Yikes. That's good. But it's a testament to the singles depth of this TCU team to do this to this Michigan squad. If you had any doubts about the Horned Frogs, they've been quickly dissipated. As Bernard is now serving for the set. After this Ehrenschneider point, Westhoff, will you take me to court 2? Yeah, let's go to court 2 in Michigan TCU. A set and 5-2 lead for Luke Fomba. Man, Maloney had a million chances in that first set, didn't he? And credit to Fomba. Stayed the course.
At least trying to make Fomba serve it out here.
Gotta ask the question, right?
Bernard at the same time attempting to serve out his first set.
Meanwhile, Ohio State is never happier than now to have Alex Bernard, right? He is accustomed to this Florida heat. Bernard, the freshman, out of Bonita Springs, Florida. He's back home. Chances for Maloney. Burnley held for 6-5. Styler serving to force a breaker on 1. Meanwhile, set points for Bernard. This is the swing set. Ohio State takes this, they're back. At least level.
Okay.
At least level.
Yeah.
Now you force Georgia to have to chase a little bit. Bernard takes the first set, 6-4. So the Buckeyes level things. I agree. That feels like the best way to say it. Georgia takes the first set, takes the doubles point. Ohio State with first sets on 2, 4, 5, and 6. We have said all season long, it's the depth of these Buckeyes. That's what separates them from everyone else. Let's go back to court number 4. James Trotter, haven't checked in on him in a while. Meanwhile, Fomba will serve for the match, as will Sander Jong. So super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you can, let's prepare that triple box with TCU Michigan, court number 4 being your third screen. Styler held for 6 all in the second set on 1.
And Gavin Young and Seb Gorsny are having a deuce point
Yeah,
on
but
Gorsny's serve. We'll just report on that, but that's one that Michigan's got to flip a couple here, right? So that's a possibility. They did flip Bickerstaff to get that to a third.
Yes, by the way, Trotter setting a break lead now here on court number 4. All right, let's put court 4. I'm just trying to think of where to go. Let's put court number 2 on the big screen. Fomba service games go fast, but so do... Actually, let's just go to a 2-4 double box, please. Courts 2-4 Michigan double box. I promise we're getting back to Georgia, Ohio State in a second. But Fomba's 2 points away. As is Sander Jong.
Looks like the landlord purchased some property in Lake Nona.
Indeed he has. Sander Jong 2 points away.
He's still getting pumped. He is not giving in. 30-15 there.
Again, 4 first sets for Ohio State.
Quadruple match point now for Sander Jong.
Match points TCU for a 2-1 lead. First in the net, that's why you build 40 love. I expect we'll see at least 5 consecutive first serves here from Luke Fomba as well. Keyword being at least.
I don't think we're going to see that many, but not if he lands them anyway. There it is.
Luke Fomba gonna ask Horned Frog Nation for some noise. 7-5, 6-3. And if you are TCU, more than anything else, you are just happy to see Luke Fomba healthy and back up and firing. 1-1 now, 2-1. Sander Jong, 7-6, 6-1. So let's go over to court number 1. Michigan a chance to level things there. Andre Styler, 6-3, 6-all on Jake Fernley. Will also bring back Ohio State, Georgia now. Fernley closing in on a split. And if that's a split, Michigan's going to need 3 3-set victories. And Jack Pennington-Jones up a set and a break at 3. I don't see where they're coming from. Again, obviously, you got 4 matches left on court. Courts 1, 3, 5, and 6. TCU now firmly in control. And again, on the TCU, the Georgia-Ohio State sides of things.
Ball never lies, Tracy.
Ohio State, 4 first sets, 2, 4, 5, 6. Georgia takes 1 and 3.
Go, Tracy. I see you, JB. I only have 1.
Trotter, of course, trying to consolidate here for 27th consecutive victory here in 2023.
Michigan here, they're in need of that 20-minute push. At this point, to be honest, whether Styler closes this out or not is irrelevant. I mean, it's not irrelevant, but they'd much rather see some pushes on the other court because if they don't, the match is over. still got to feel like even if Styler splits as good as he's looking, he can
Hey, no restriction. No restriction. Hey, no restriction. Go CT. Let's go, Alex. Let's go, AB.
No forehand sails on him. Set points coming up for Fernley. Trotter, I don't know what he was doing with that approach. 2 more game point chances, though, coming up. And again, I know that scoreboard's down at Georgia, Ohio State, so we'll try to get you some updated scores here in a second.
Yeah, there you go, Bernie.
One of the 2 mini breaks back. He'll need to hold both of his.
Come on, Trotter.
Find another mini after that.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's a Trotter hold 4-6-2, 4-2. And again, given the scoreboard issues, let's just jump around. Take me to court 1, please. Oh, no, it's a deuce point. I lied. Don't take me anywhere. First one to Styler.
Yeah!
Meanwhile, Trotter sustains his set and break lead. So, all right, let's go over to court number 1, please, in Georgia. We're just going to do a full reset here. Trying to show you where everything is. Uh-oh. Seb Gorsny setting a break lead for TCU on 5. So they're now up sets and breaks on 2. I mean, obviously 1, 2, and 4, but upsets and breaks on 3 and 5.
Skyler does his job with his 2 holds. Now has to get the other mini break back here. 1 final set point for Jake Fernley. For now, at least.
Fernley unloads. And now you say for the first time, it's when, not if. TCU is in complete control. Split sets on. Let's go over to court number 3. No, let's go over to court 5, excuse me. Court 5 in Michigan, TCU. Seb Gorsny now up a set and a break on Gavin Young. How about the Horned Frogs, Chris?
They certainly do look to be in control here. Benke or Young have to get a break back, or this match is over.
And meanwhile, break point chances here for Quinn to make it a set and a break lead. Oh no, and Gavin Young physically, just the heat. See it wearing him down.
And that just becomes as much a mental battle as anything else, because not only are you getting exhausted, you're having to tell yourself that you want to fight to force another set to play another hour in the heat. It's not an easy conversation to have with yourself. Was that an underhand service winner?
Well, now we're just working everything.
That was Seb Gorsny watching Gavin Young struggle. Saying, what, you look tired? You don't want to run?
I'll say it again. It's why he's the chosen one. It's just good recognition.
Young just struggling to get balls in play right now.
Yeah.
4-2 Gorsny, and if it's not going to be Young, it has to be Fenty.
And right now, Andrew Fenty's in a little bit of
Down.
trouble as well. Yeah,
Oh,
down a
he's
set
down.
in 5-1. We got to go over to 3. Court 3, please, in that
Jack
TCU
Pennington
Michigan battle.
Jones.
Meanwhile, yeah, you see Jack Anthrop, by the way, setting a break lead. Chances for a double break lead here on 6. Maxted's also up a break in the 3rd. It's all TCU. Well, that works. Break point chances back for Fenty. Still break points here for Anthrop. Scoreboard's now up and running. Quinn's up a set and a break. Trotter's up a set and a break, and Anthrop's up a set and a break. Everything else early in second sets. Actually, Phil Henning up a break after losing his first on 2.
He was up 4-11 the first. Not really, but
Yeah.
Anthrop now double break for love. Writings on the wall here. Teddy Yuska. Big, big hole to dig out of.
Absolutely. So we'll hold here on court number 6.
Same on 4. Trotter is serving for the match on 4.
Okay. So let's go to 4 then. Gorsny 2 points away from a 5-2 lead on 5. Pennington Jones fights off a couple break points. Now we'll keep that Michigan TCU match, please. I meant court 4 on the Ohio State Georgia side.
Now a deciding match point for Pennington Jones.
Six 2 5-2 Trotter. No, that scoreboard was a game behind. I see. As it's 3-1 TCU. Cap to Jack. 7-6 6-1 on 3. We won now TCU. Let's go over to court 4. Again, right now 6-2 5-2. 6-2 for love. Excuse me, 6-4 for love for Anthrop. So Ohio State sets and breaks leads on 4 and 6. For what it's worth, Georgia's up a break on 1 and 3. Now it's still earlier in those games and sets than we have elsewhere. Now let's go back to 4. We were holding through that changeover. We can just stay there. Or is there a medical timeout being taken? Oh, it looks like a medical. You're right. So let's go to court number 1, please, on the Georgia side.
So
1 love lead for Georgia. The doubles point in dominant fashion. Ohio State came back, took 4 first sets in singles,
Oh, Gorsny just ripped that backhand down the line.
And you can almost call this a de facto match point.
100%.
Bickerstaff got the break back for 1-2 on 6th. Third set between Styler and Fernley. Those 2 third sets are only going to matter if Gavin Young, who just looks toasted out there. Again, this is not Texas, this is not Michigan heat. This is Florida heat.
He knows it's on him. He has no choice but to fight here.
Oh my God, Seb Gorsny shows off the hands. That's why they call him the chosen one.
That's like reason number 27.
Keeps hitting winners. He's chosen. 1 game away from sending TCU to the semifinals. We'll go full screen on court number 1 for the meantime. Westhoff, get us that second screen of Ohio State, Georgia ready. Let's have Jack Anthrop. Oh, let's go to court 4, please. Court 4, Ohio State, Georgia. James Trotter serving for the match. Jack Anthrop up a set in 5 love as well. Right now, it's looking like the swing match might actually end up as Kingsley Henning. Wouldn't have it any other way. 15 love, obviously, why is the point penalty assessed? Because Blake Kreuter just took an injury timeout. And in 2023, injury timeouts are now point penalties here in college tennis.
Have been for a long time for the men. Not so for
It's more
the
just a
women.
reminder for the fans who've forgotten. And Westhoff, when you have that double Ohio State Georgia screen ready, court 6 there, please, as Jack Anthrop's a game away. We don't want to miss it. The second you see Gorsny as well, throw us back in that screen. They're out of the chair. Freshman Seb Gorsny going to serve to send TCU to the semifinals. All due respect, we got to put Gorsny in the big screen. He's playing to send this this TCU team, to the semifinals. As yes, Trotter 2 points away from the match. Anthrop a game away.
There you go, Birdie.
No, Gavin Young cannot miss that volley. Because look, Gorsny's feeling it too. That was a ginger-looking serve. But Gorsny now has TCU 2 points away.
Come on, Jack. Go, Birdie.
Now 1 point away.
Throw it on the screen. Match points, TCU.
To send them into the semifinal to face the winner of Ohio State, Georgia.
It's the chosen one. Seb Gorsny sends TCU back to the semifinals. 7-6, 6-2. You could see he was fighting cramps. He is lucky to get through the finish line here, and what an effort from this TCU team. It really comes back to those first sets. to get a 7-6 first set from Jong, a 7-6 first set from Pennington Jones, a 7-6 first set from Gorsny. That's why they're the back-to-back defending national indoor champions, TCU. The route of the semifinals.
Oh, one good one here, James.
We've got match point James Trotter.
Good, Jack.
Mm.
That's a match.
James Trotter levels things. 27-0. One all overall. Let's go to the triple box. We'll put court 6 in your big screen as redshirt freshman Jack Anthrop. He's now 2 points away from making it 2-1 Buckeyes. Again, let's put court 6 in the big screen. On the side, we'll have courts number, 1 and 3.
2. The 2 matches, Georgia.
And I think we missed it, by the way, unfortunately. Ethan Quinn, 4-2 at the top spot. Apologies, folks. 2-1 Georgia. But now we'll have you triple box the rest of the way here. We will not miss another moment. And I think we have to go to court number 2, please. Court number 3, excuse me. No, we have 3 already.
Yeah.
Bottom left. So top left becomes court 2. And Buckeyes won first sets on courts 2, 4, 5, and 6. Trotter delivers a victory. Kingsley's almost at a set and a break. I'll tell you what, Chris, if you look at the scoreboard, Miguel Perez Pena, 3-love lead, break in the second set. If it comes down to MPP Bernard at 5, oh, Nelly, is this going to be fun. And here we go. Match points for the redshirt freshman Jack Anthrop. Jack Anthrop ties it at 2. The red shirt freshman, 6'4", love over the senior Yuska. So now we've got 3 matches remaining. We can put them all on your screen. You see set and break leads for Georgia here at 3. Trent Bride serving for 5-2. A straight set win over JJ Tracy is just not a thing you ever see. But Bride now, 6-4, 5-2. Let's put Kingsley in the big screen. This is the window. This is the moment. It really does feel like it might be 3-all overall with a full set of Bernard and Perez Pena to decide things. And that's why here, if you're Alex Bernard, you get the break back. It's 3-all and you're up a set. Just keep it close right now and then let the scoreboard pressure give you a little guidance, right? Do not let this set go away. It's huge for Henning.
Question is, if we end up in a 3rd set for all the marbles on court 5, do we make it through without one or both of the players having some sort of issue.
Sure.
That's going to be the tell.
It's been 90 degrees the duration of this match. Currently 88, but it feels like a healthy 93 with the humidity. And we're going to be playing with thunderstorm warnings the rest of the day here. Deuce point, break point. Especially with that Bride score on court 3.
See a little bit in the background potential weather we do have, and for those watching, especially if you're watching from work wondering why so early today, that's exactly why these matches had to get in. Women's semifinals 5 p.m. could not possibly play after that and take the chance of another day delay. Good
Back on the serve, 6-4 4-all. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. Our final men's quarterfinal of the day. Of course, earlier, Texas, 4-0 winners over South Carolina. They're going to take on Virginia, as Virginia earned a 4-2 win over Kentucky. Chris, you're making a face. What did I do?
Just watching the play on the Bernard MPP court.
Yeah.
It's,
Head scratching?
yeah. Probably the play I'd expect to see if you had the freshman already in the third set by himself in a 3-all match. Just, ooh.
We need you, Phil. We need you. Come on, JJ.
Tracy just trying to extend the match here, staying alive. And this was a 1:30 start. We're over the 2-hour mark in this one. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. We'll have NC State Stanford coming up for you all after this. That, of course, a Division I women's semifinal. The other semifinal. And UNC taking on Georgia, available on Tennis Channel. How does he get there? How does JJ Tracy track down that ball? Did I mention it's 95 out?
Well, you can do it once. Now let's see if you can do it in another hour if you can extend it.
That's fair. It's laughably excellent. Laughably excellent. Trent Bride, the 5th-year former All-American. Has had such a resurgent season, but lets that volley go in the net. Meanwhile, Kingsley didn't win 6-4, 6-4. That's wrong. He held for 6-4, 5-4.
Come on, Bernie! Here we go, T-Brett. Let's go, Bernie! Come on, Bernie.
Good eyes to let that one sail, and you see Bride's got the strategy in mind. Make JJ Tracy be athletic in this heat. Now, under normal circumstances, that's the last thing you want to do.
Make it happen, man. All you, JJ Tracy. Your game, kid. Here you go. Let's go, Bernie! JJ Tracy. Right here. Go. Go, boy. You will break something. Break something, kid.
I mean, if he's hitting down the line winners like that, talk about, you can draw a direct through line from the progress made by Trent Bride from last year to this year to the progress made by Georgia from last year to this year. Last year, they lose second round. The NCAA tournament to Florida State this year, undefeated in SEC conference play. Have lost just one match since February.
Here we go, Bernie!
Of course, again, the winner of this to face TCU in the semifinals. And Trent Bride can put him a point away. It's match points Bride.
Under pressure, baby. Here we go, Beast.
And Kingsley's so good. Just never makes the wrong choice.
Serve called long there on Bride's match point. I think he thought it was long.
Well, that's an amazing bounce back for Trent Bride. The All-American lost his match in the round of 16. Not today, Professor. Trent Bride, 6-4, 6-3. Georgia, a point away from the semifinals. That is a heck of a performance, was it not, Chris?
Great performance.
And so now these are your final two matches. Again, that Court 2 scoreboard has been finicky with us a little bit today. I can assure you it is not 7-5 Cannon Kingsley. He is up 6-5. Henning serving there.
Boy, that was not even a laced winner, and Bernard didn't even go after it. I've got to believe he's feeling the effects here. Not a good sign if you're an Ohio State fan, because obviously they need to win that match. He lets this one go to a third and is already feeling the effects. Not going to be a pretty third set. I don't know about that choice for MPP. It seems to be he can do whatever he wants if he just keeps the points alive.
Meanwhile, they just started on court number 2, 15 all, according to our scoreboard. No, we know. Deep into that second set on serve between Kingsley and Henning, 6-4, 5 all, I believe 15 all here. And if you're just joining us, Alex Grustin, Chris Halioris here. Georgia in perhaps your most surprising result of the day. They took it 2. No doubt, took it 2. This Ohio State team in doubles, something that does not happen very frequently. Of course, after that, Ohio State comes out, takes 4 first sets. Straight set wins from Trotter, Anthrop at 4 and 6. Georgia taking 2 first sets. They protect both of those leads. Straight set wins from Ethan Quinn at 1. Straight set win from Trent Bride at 3. And now we are where we are. Alex Bernard up a set, but down a break. It's the freshman to junior. Miguel Perez Pena serving on the near side of your screen on 5. Meanwhile, Phil Henning with the crossover. The short angle ripper. And I'll tell you what, if Henning forces a third.
Now, you're already in the camp of you'd like to be Georgia.
I would say it's 50-50 right now. It's about as even as it gets. Yes, Georgia has 3 points on the board, but Ohio State has the sets.
Correct.
If Henning takes this third, you're absolutely right.
Then
Now,
death.
or to a third. Yeah, now you're saying, all right, now we only need 1. Come on now. Cannon fired up at first, yeah. No, 538, of course. College Sense, we have 539. I'm just making it up. 51-49 right now, Georgia. That's the 539 formula. Or the College Tennis Ranks formula. What am I saying? Huge hold for Kingsley. As
just
Bernard,
long.
yeah,
Bernard.
sends that long. We'll go full screen.
I like the looks though here. Bernard was down 4-love in the second, wasn't he? So I think he's gotten 1 break back, but just the movement there didn't look like a guy that was struggling to move, I will say. He's hanging in there for now.
Forty love for MPP. And again, Miguel Perez Pena, the junior. As good as the turnaround has been for Trent Bride, he's the most improved player, right? Was around 500 in and out of the lineup at 6 last season, Chris. This year, team leader in victories for Georgia, 20-6 overall, entering last weekend where I believe he got another win. Nope, 20-6 overall, period. Lock that in. And it's a hold for 5-2, so let's go back to court 2. We can stay in a single screen format here. Again, the winner of this going to take on TCU. TCU dropping the doubles, but earning a 4-1 victory to reach, I believe, the 3rd semifinal in program history. Certainly their first since 2015. Do you know who beat TCU in that 2015 semifinal?
Virginia.
Oklahoma.
Oh.
The Axel Alvarez, Nick Chappell match. Legendary. I'm not the only one who remembers it, right? Denise Henning, get things started again. 2 All-Americans, 2 of the classiest people you will meet in all of college tennis here. Phil Henning, Cannon Kingsley. We're going to get extracurriculars. It's going to be on 4, Chris. And as soon as they're back on 4, Westhoff, take us back to a split screen.
Your game, kid. Your game.
Yeah, I'm not sure about extracurriculars, but I'm definitely anticipating some, if we go 3, some cramping, some gamesmanship, some sort of, heat-induced behavior from these guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great volley from Cannon right there. I mean, that was not a bad ball from Phil Henning. It wasn't high, just barely over the net. Into the Kingsley back. Super volley done.
I'm telling you, if Cannon can get up, that land long or that land good. It was right on the baseline. I think it was long. It was. It was too close for us to call. Again, if you're Alex Bernard, just keep the set alive. Let's put some scoreboard pressure if you're him. On Miguel Perez Pena.
Yeah, I hope that Cannon can, well, hopefully he can get 2 points in a row if you're Bernard and level the match and Pena sees it.
Match point, Bucks. Let's go full screen on court 2. Bernard's got game points. Kingsley's got a match point.
Bernie!
There it is.
Cannon Kingsley levels things at 3. And so now I get to say a sentence I've been looking forward to, Chris. It's down to Bernie and MPP. Wouldn't have it any other way. 3-all. We finally get a 4-3 thriller.
Bernie. Can we officially call him Bernie?
Andrew Luciana gave me permission.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the cool kids are calling him.
Cool kid. All right, so I'll call him Bernie. I don't know what you get.
Yes. I agree. Maturity-wise, you might be slightly younger.
Yeah.
We can go both. Yeah, we'll both call him Bernie.
Yeah,
And we'll go with
sure.
MPP, of course, as well. Again, freshman Alex Bernard on the near side here. Three all overall. I was afraid we weren't going to get one of these, Chris.
Boy, if Bernard even gets close to a break, he'll get a quick rush of adrenaline now seeing the score tied. Might be just what he needed, as you said.
And look at that from MPP. That's been the recipe all match, high and heavy.
Yeah, he's done. I've seen him in a few points when I said it was not the prettiest in the world. He's thrown some moon balls in, if you will, and they're not like moon balls because he's dying. They're tactical plays when he does it.
And why is this so important, of course? Or excuse me, why was that so important for Cannon to get off the court? Because just look at the score now. It's 3-all, and the Buckeyes have the set on the board. We did a whole 2-minute tangent on how you might want to have been Georgia. I think right now the college tennis ranks formula, 60-40 bucks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Barring knowing anything about the conditioning of these guys and how they feel right now. Purely off the numbers, 100%.
Meanwhile, MPP is clearly determined. And look, Alex Bernard is not the tallest player.
Yeah, there's a world there where you can hit one of those balls that just goes, that he can't even get a racket on if he lets it bounce and come all the way to the back fence.
And Miguel Perez Pena, sophomore out of Spain, 20-6 overall in the year. Freshman Alex Bernard back in his home state of Florida. 15-3 overall in the year.
Gotta believe he's got a big family contingent here. Brother.
Do they call him Bernie?
Played, I don't know. Brother John played at Florida State this year. Uh-oh. If he gets this break back and we're back on serve, I don't know that I even would have said at a breakdown 60-40. It might have been like a 55-45, but it definitely swings heavily in the favor of Ohio State if they're a set and on serve. And this from Love 4 down where Bernard didn't look physically well. Now he's got a little pep in his step here.
It's a break back for Bernie.
You see everybody coming to talk to him.
Yeah. Ty, Crow, Torp, Cannon. I'm sure JJ's got a word or two. Where's Lucianic? We're on the red alert. Teams will switch sides. Players will switch sides. Back on serve in the second set. Alex Gruskin, Chris Halioris here. How did we get to this moment? Let's go back to, we'll talk about the semis in a second. Let's go back to the screen. How did we get to this moment? 3-all overall. Georgia, a dominant performance in doubles. They looked really good. 6-3 win from Bryden Quinn. Of course, that's a top 10 team in the country. And then the fifth years, Johnston, Kreuter. Excuse me, I keep saying Johnston. Johnson, Kreuter.
It is Johnston.
Britton Johnston? It says on the scoreboard Johnson. I knew it was Johnston. I knew I was correct. Thank you.
Scoreboard's wrong.
Yeah, okay. Why are we letting them correct us? We've been in this game far longer. Kreuter, Johnston, 6-3. So that's the doubles point again. 1-3 to Georgia. 4 first sets to Ohio State. 2 first sets to Georgia. every lead has been protected thus far. We've had 5 straight set results. Not what you typically see in a 3-all scoreboard. But again, Ohio State straight set wins from Trotter, 27-0 on the year, folks. You got Anthrop. He never loses either. And then Cannon Kingsley over Henning. That's Ohio State's 3 points. Georgia got straight set wins from Quinn and Bride. And now it comes down to court number 5. Freshman Alex Bernard just broke back, serving on the far side, 4-5.
And while you were talking us through that recap of how we got there, I'm sure most of the fans were seeing the changeover. Did you happen to see all 100% of the talk to Alex Bernard from volunteer assistant Mikhail Torp?
Well, he's been here the whole time.
Yeah, no, it's his court, but that's when some coaches, when it comes down to the last match on, right, it's head coach takeover.
No, I don't even see head coach Ty Tucker on the
No.
screen right now.
Yeah, he's content to let Crow
For
and
sure.
Torp talk him through it.
And sometimes the best sign of a good coach is to know this isn't my moment. Let me defer to the people I've hired to help get through this. And of course, Justin Kronagi, Mikhail Torpegard, 2 of the best Buckeyes in program history. They've earned Coach Tucker's trust.
And Bernard now just firing on all cylinders. Definitely got that pep.
And he's got the momentum.
He could see that, even though he's got 4 game points to level it up, but he's not anywhere near out of the woods here, but he at least has the light at the end of the tunnel of a possible match is over if I win this set. MPP still got to figure out a way to win this set and then do it again. That's a good ball down the line. Pena. Don't have
He's going to protest to no avail. You hear some UGA chants in the background. You'll get some OHIOs. We're really spelling here today, Chris. It's not just a tennis match. It's a spelling bee.
a student at heart. I love to learn.
Yeah. Okay, Ohio, OHIO. And
Wow.
UGA, hear me out, UGA.
I don't know if that actually spells anything.
Spells 5-all for Alex Bernard after that serve. So we're leveled. It was 5-2 MPP.
And 4 love MP.
Yeah, absolutely. In this
Great
second
fight
set,
back from Bernard here.
freshman Alex Bernard will not go away.
Now let's see. I'm going to use your word, Alex. Let's see what kind of gumption MPP can come up with here. Wide. This is a true mental battle for Pena. He's got more. I won't say he necessarily has. He uses more weapons than Bernard. Bernard, for the most part, content to rally, and Pena just has to decide at what point he wants to end the rally and try to take over.
I mean, what do we say here, Chris? Love 30 now for the freshman Alex Bernard.
I just don't see it. Pena just doesn't look like he knows what to do.
It's aimless.
Yeah, it's between the ears right now. He knows he's being forced to sit back and play balls and he's just not sure when to take the chance.
Well, you saw the indecisiveness on that forehand
Yeah.
slap. That's all it was. That was a slap.
Yeah, he doesn't want to rally all day. He clearly is now feeling the effects of the heat. Oh, he doesn't even chase that ball down, and it's good.
No.
It's
Serve
not.
miss. Serve
Oh,
miss.
the serve missed. Okay. Bernard now for sure just going to loop forehands all day.
He is on the back foot. And right now it is all Buckeyes. Freshman Alex Bernard, 5-2 down. 5-2 down. Now it was a single break. 5-2 down in this set. 4-0 down overall. Now 6-5. He'll serve to send Ohio State back to the semifinals. Alex Skin, Chris Halioris here. Chris, let's recap what's happened so far in our men's quarterfinal rounds. We'll throw the graphic on your screen. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff getting this set. Texas, 4-0 win over South Carolina. The top seeds joined by the defending NCAA champions Virginia, who were pushed. They dropped the doubles point, but ultimately bounced back for a 4-2 victory over Kentucky. TCU, they also dropped the doubles point, and they come back to earn 4 straight set victories over Michigan. Chris, with Ohio State serving for the match here on 5, we may have a scenario where 3 of our 4 semifinalists dropped the doubles point in the quarterfinals round. Why do we even do analysis? We sound so stupid all these days later.
That's just crazy. Yeah. I mean, I can't think of until we go back to the Floridas and the Wake Forests of the past, 5 years where you say, yeah, whatever, we don't care about doubles. We'll take 4 singles. That's not the world we're in today, and yet these teams are doing it without the doubles point.
No question about that.
The chair is out of the chair. This does not look like a good sign.
It's not raining, is it?
Is it no, it's just a spot on the court. It's got to be because both players are at the baselines.
Honestly, maybe the chair needed some water. It's hot out there. He's like, do you guys mind? This changeover is for me. It's crunch time for the chair as well. But more importantly, crunch time for freshman Alex Bernard, who will serve for the match. 6-4, 6-5. Let's have ourselves a match. And maybe now the pressure shifts.
I'm not. Well, it does a little bit. I'm just not sure I like that play. Look, Pena's hurting.
Yeah.
The looping forehand from Bernard was
It's working. Yeah.
Why not? Why are you going away from that? I would loop that forehand to him all day, make him decide when to slap.
Or do that.
And that wasn't even a laced forehand, if you will. I mean, it was just placed well.
That was a comfortable margin down the line.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. Bernie getting nice with it. Show me that little crossover karaoke. Those salsa hips there from Bernard.
In my head, I'm 90% confident there's a Bernie Mac reference coming.
No. Come on. What about a little feel the burn? Not political, just for the sake of the...
Oh, he's feeling it now.
Did that land good?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that was it.
If it's good, it's match point Bucks. No, it wasn't.
Oh, it was
He
wide?
missed it.
Oh.
No, I thought he missed it because Georgia celebrated.
Hey.
MPP goes wide. And it's on Bernie's racket. Match point to send the Bucks to the semis. Ohio State keeps dancing. It's the freshman Alex Bernard from 5-2 down in the second set. 6-4, 7-5 on court 5. 4-3 Bucks are headed to the semifinals. A date with TCU awaiting. Chris Halioris, what a comeback for these Buckeyes.
Never a doubt, right?
Never a doubt.
I mean, wow, what a finish. Bernard looked like he was feeling it. He was down 4-love. He was down 5-2. And, before that, they were only on serve in the Kingsley match, and Kingsley had to come back and, he was up a set, but he had to get that first to make this match even matter. What a comeback for the Bucks.
OHIO. Those are the letters of the day here in our final quarterfinal as Ohio State. They drop the doubles point. Singles victories in order. James Trotter gets it done at 4. You had Jack Anthrop at 6. You had the veteran Cannon Kingsley at 2. And then it's the freshman Alex Bernard. He gets nice with it, Chris. 6-4, 7-5, 4-3 Ohio State. Before we wrap our broadcast, take a little bit of a break before we'll roll on with our women's semifinals. If you can, super producer Daniel Westoff, one more time, let's show you our results from today's D1 men's quarterfinals. 3 of our top 4 seeds ultimately advance. You start with Texas 4-0 over South Carolina. They spent less than an hour on court today, Chris Halioris. I bet we'll see them later on back for a little practice session. Thoughts on result number 1?
I mean, just tremendous. Look, when I walked out, when Tanner came in, walked out, got to see Coach Goffey, and I said, first thing I said to him, I said, those guys are good. I didn't get any arguments from Coach Goffey. I mean, yes, they were Texas, unbelievable, phenomenal performance from them. They just came out, finished what they started yesterday. It was over quick.
And then our final 3 winners all dropped doubles points. Let's start with Virginia. They came out strong out of the gates as well. Credit to Kentucky from 3-1 down. They did not go away. Alafi was really impressive, in particular on court number 2. But in the end, the Who's too good. 4-2 win clinched at 6 by the freshman Mons Dolberg, defending champs versus Texas. What'd you think of UVA?
UVA, I mean, I thought, obviously we saw the doubles yesterday. Thought that was a little bit of a letdown for them. but wow, did they come out strong in singles. They did have a little lapse for a while there where they let Kentucky, get right back in the thick of it. But they did what the good teams have to do, and they found, they had one of 3 matches they needed to win. The first one they didn't get, they got the second, and they just have too many weapons to think that you're going to be able to come from 3-1 and win them all.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, bottom half of the draw, TCU, they dropped doubles. There was a moment where it was 6-all on 3 different courts, but first sets from Jong, Gorsney, and Jack Pennington Jones all secured in breakers. TCU 4 straight set victories on their way to a 4-1 win. Thoughts on the Horned Frogs?
Yeah, that was a super tight 4-1 match. Now, the second sets maybe, got a little bit easier, but all those tie breaks. And then one of the matches that wasn't a tie break was a 7-5 first set. The Horned Frogs, again, dropped the doubles point, but they looked absolutely phenomenal in singles. And I don't know how you beat Seb Gorsney at where he's playing. But we're going to say the same thing about Ohio State, right? So just some great matches we have coming tomorrow.
Jong versus Trotter is going to be special. And as you mentioned, Buckeyes dropped the doubles point. 4 first sets in singles for them. They protect all 4 of their leads. It's Trotter, 27-0 on the year. That's your MVP of the 2023 season, no doubt. Anthrop, Kingsley, and then the freshman Alex Bernard down 4-love in the second set. He takes it 7-5 to secure the victory. Chris, I'm just going to say it as we wrap this part of our broadcast, our quarterfinal show. We have the 4 best teams. Like, there is not a doubt in my mind. These have been your 4 best teams here in the 2023 season. Now, Virginia got off to the slowest start of the bunch, but if you know enough about that Virginia program, they do not give 2 hoots about what happens in January and February. They've been there. They've done that. It's all about peaking in May. They've now won 20 consecutive matches. These are your 4 best teams. Thoughts on the do you agree? Thoughts on the semis?
100% agree. And I would venture to guess that if you went back and looked at all the people that filled out brackets, these are probably the 4 teams that appear by far the most as the 4 finalists. It was going to be tough to not pick one of those top 3. And then you were sort of left with a choice of Kentucky or Virginia. But for sure, Virginia was the more heavily favored team, just with what they did last year, what they've done coming into it. Yes, the slow start, but they've won 19 in a row or 17 or whatever it is. And they were phenomenal. We absolutely have our 4 best teams.
This is going to be a fun finish, folks. And guess what? With all the rain we had, I'm pretty sure we get the semifinals tomorrow. So you'll be able, college tennis fans, to tune in with us. Now, check social media for what time those matches begin. I got a lot going through my brain. Things like match times is not something I afford any space to right now. Just, again, we gotta make choices here in the booth as well. That said, I implore all of you, turn to social media. You follow us at Cracked Racquets, at AL Gruskin, at College Tennis Ranks, at NCAA Tennis as well. Going to offer you the schedule moving forward. That said, we do have another scheduled match for all of you tonight. We've got our women's semifinals. Now, one half of the equation, UNC Georgia, that's going to be on Tennis Channel. And as fun as that match is, Chris, we got the better match. Let's just be honest here on our Cracked Racquet stream, as we have Stanford taking on NC State. Blue blood versus new blood. That match, 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, scheduled start. Of course, it'll be myself. You going to join me for the women's match? Would you like to?
Absolutely.
That's what I like to hear. Myself and the professor will be steering the ship as we enjoy the last week of play in this Division I team college tennis season. Before we sign off, of course, a shout out as always to our super producer, Daniel Westoff, without whom nothing would be possible here on our stream. Of course, a massive shout out as well to Dalton Thiedemann. Believe me, you guys don't see how much time he spends behind the scenes accomplishing everything, but we really are a team here at Cracked Racquets. And while Chris and I get to be the pretty faces, which is, I guess, indicting on our Cracked Racquets team, nevertheless, nothing happens without the behind-the-scenes efforts of Daniel Westoff, Dalton Thiedemann. So a massive shout-out to each of them. With that said, Chris, we're going to get a little hour break. Let's go shake some hands, kiss some babies, talk to all the people here on the grounds. We're going to sign off of our stream for now. Again, we will be back 5:30 p.m. Eastern time for the start of our women's semifinals. That said, for now, for the fantastic Chris Alioris, who's joined me in the booth. 4, former associate head coach, our dear friend, leader of college tennis Crash Court, Tanner Stump, who joined me earlier today. 4, our super producer, Daniel Westoff, our CEO, Dalton Thieneman, and for everyone who contributes to today's broadcast. I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 NCAA Division I Men's Team Championships. We'll be back at 5:30 for our D1 Women's Semifinals.